Ahanba maktada lengshin biriba khwaipum namapu ikoknona kurumjari. Namaskar, Sawadika, Minglava. Pardon me if I wrongly pronounce. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Priya Lakshmi, your host for today. And on behalf of the esteemed organizer, would like to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you present here to the two-day international workshop on climate smart technology to promote water and food security in South and Southeast Asia. We are honored to have you with us at Hotel Impal by Classic, nestled in the heart of Manipur, India. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the vital importance of our discussions over the next 2 days. Climate change is not a distant trait. It is a reality we face today. Our focus on climate smart technology is crucial to ensuring water and food security for the millions who depend on these resources. Your presence here signifies your commitment to making a difference in this global challenge, and for that we are truly grateful. Before we begin, I would like to extend a warm invitation to our esteemed dignitaries to join us on the dais. As I call your name, please come forward. First of all, Dr. Mansi Balbhargava. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and please welcome our esteemed dignitaries. And next, we'd like to request Dr. Phage Manopawit. Would like to have your kind presence on the dais. And also would like to request Dr. Onmar Khain. Would like to request Ms. N. Kulkarani Devi, Director of Planning and CEO, SL&A for Watershed Management, Manipur, to be on the dais. We welcome you, ma'am. And last but not the least, Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi, Additional CEO, SL&A. To honor our esteemed dignitaries, we will now proceed with the presentation of traditional stalls and mementos as a token of our respect and gratitude. To do the honor, may I request Madam N. Kulkarani Devi, Director of Planning and CEO. Madam na ahanbada lengshin biriba Dr. Mansi Balbhargava Yimathamda Ling Kudol Tamjadani Kai Kunabuchari. And next to Dr. Phage Manopawit. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. And next to Dr. Onma Khaing, all the way from Myanmar. Thank you so much. We welcome you. And we'd like to request Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi to honor and felicitate Madam Director. It's a replica of Pena, an indigenous and traditional string instrument. And Madam Director is doing the honor of felicitating Additional CEO, Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi. Thank you so much. And now to officially commence the program, may I have the privilege to request our respected dignitaries to do the customary lamp lighting ceremony. As is customary in many Indian traditions, we begin our event with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Thank you so much for doing the honor. May the light of knowledge guide us through the fruitful discussions and deliberations we are about to embark upon. Now, to officially commence the workshop, may I invite Ms. N. Kulkarani Devi, Director of Planning and CEO, SLNA, for Watershed Management, Manipur, to deliver the welcome address. Ms. Devi, please.
Good morning and welcome to the inaugural function of today's workshop on climate smart technology to promote water and food security in South and Southeast Asia from 2nd and 3rd of September here at Shanghai Conference Hall of Hotel Imphal by Classic. This workshop is organized by Humphrey Consultative Collaborative Alumni Project for South and Southeast Asia, funded by US government. I welcome Dr. Mansi Barga, founder, director of W&W Foundation and research entrepreneur at Environment Design Consultant Ahmedabad. She'll be giving, I think, a keynote of address, highlighting the themes and the purpose for holding this workshop. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the foreign dignitaries who are present here today, and they are also team members of this workshop and Humphrey alumni. First, Mr. Pets Menowachir, I hope excuse me if I said it wrong, conservative scientist from Thailand. Then next is Dr. Onmar Karim, country manager, Asian Center for Biodiversity from Myanmar. And I'm told that Dr. Khurshid Alam presently could not make it, but will try to join through BC in the afternoon. That is, I hope he joins to make it more interactive. And our foreign delegates and experts will be giving their presentation in the technical session to be followed. And I hope I'm sure that it will be very interactive sessions and we will be learning from their experience, from their success stories. And at the same time, my dynamic additional CEO Sunita will share from our side our success stories, so that we also have something to share what we have done on the ground. That is what she has been the pioneer behind doing not only this. Earlier we have even presented our farm ponds in the Macau University and the presentation, and very dynamic in that way, open, not just handling paperwork in the office but on the ground field. And I also welcome, I think Madam Asa has not yet come, Pradeep Fangjobam, who has joined now as editor IRFP, who has joined agreed to participate in today's workshop. I'm sure she is also going to give a presentation. I also welcome all the invitees, officials, and the participants, mostly I think academicians, professors, and the students, and media person also for making the work, for being here today to make the workshop a success. As I mentioned, I am sure that this workshop will be very interesting, being the right platform to share our experiences and the success stories, and to make it a successful workshop to promote water, food security in the Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devi, for your insightful words and for setting the tone for what promises to be an impactful workshop. Moving forward, it is my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, a distinguished expert in the field of climate smart solutions, Dr. Mansi Bal Bhagrava. Madam will present the keynote address. Dr. Bhargava is renowned for her work in promoting sustainable practices in water and food security. We are eager to hear her perspectives on this crucial issue. Dr. Bhargava, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. First of all, my dear friends, Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi, and also it's very important for me to be in this part of the country because I have been really wanting to show my solidarity with all kinds of natural and human disasters which is going on in the state. So it's not only privilege, but also it's a heart wrenching for me when I traveled across the state last 2 days to see what's going on, both naturally and humanly constructed problems. I do have a presentation, but I understand I'm going to present it in the panel discussion. Okay, so I need a presentation for now, but I would like to warm you up with some very simple question, layperson question, to really engage and kick off the workshop. So I would like you to really respond in whatever little way you can, and here are a few questions for you, and then I will put my words. Yes, it's more interactive for me so that I know how you are placed today and how enthusiastic you will be to take the workshop in an interactive way. We are not in a conference, we are in a workshop, which means the dialogue has to happen and not a monologue from people who are on the dais. So my first question to all of you, please raise your hand and give me some inputs. What if we were eating less wheat, sugar, cane or sugar, potatoes and meat? How will the world look if we are eating less of wheat, sugar cane, potato and wheat? Could you please take the mic? I would really like you to interact with this because that will also set the tone how individual choices matter. Anybody who is willing to give away sugar and potato from their life? Please interact, you will enjoy this. What will the world look like, or let's say India or Manipur in our case, if we give away sugar cane, wheat, potatoes and meat? I'm not saying completely give away, but reduce your lifestyle. Anybody would like to tell me what happens?
Prem, you can try. You can try. Dr. Mansi's Corey.
Try. We have to make it in a sporting way. It's a workshop, you know.
If we stop eating wheat and all the greenery will be increased, I guess.
What?
Greeneries will be increased.
Greeneries will be increased. But if you are not eating, how greenery increases? I'm asking about you as an individual, as a choice. If I give away or if I reduce my wheat consumption, sugarcane consumption, potatoes consumption and meat consumption, what happens?
That will be very difficult to survive.
That will be very difficult. Very good. Somebody else would like to tell me? No, it's an honest answer response. Anybody else would like to tell me? Yes, please go ahead.
If individually we see that my health will be increased, I mean to say I will be having a very better life.
Absolutely, your health will be improved.
Yeah.
So here we are talking about something where food choices also makes our well-being, you know. Anybody else would like to add into this? And I completely understand that it is extremely difficult to give away these things because we have sweet shops around the corner in the cities and country. Anybody else would like to add some points here? No? Okay, let me ask you next question. What about if we just get rid of the genetically modified food from our society? What will happen to the world, to the country? You know, most of these, the 4 things which I told are actually mostly genetically modified crops. What happens if we don't do genetically modified crops? There are many more crops. I'm just giving 4 examples. Anybody? Oh, you have to interact. This is interactive workshop. Okay, please start thinking. I know probably you were not prepared that a keynote speaker is going to ask you question. You thought that the keynote speaker is going to speak by herself. and I'm not that kind of person personally. I like to interact with people. Let me ask you my second question, or the third question for that matter. What happens if Indian Airlines starts serving Finnish food? You know, Finnish food, Finland food. Would you enjoy it? Or Air India or any Indigo? Would you enjoy it? No? It's a collective decision, no? You will not enjoy. But what if Fin Air starts serving you Indian food, will you enjoy? Yes, right? So, which means collective decisions or choices matter, and this exactly happened with me day before yesterday when I was traveling Fin Air from Helsinki to Imphal. They served me Indian food. Not that I chose Indian meal, but they served Indian meal, and the reason being that most of the travelers were Indian. And anyway, if we look at the world map now, every sixth person is Indian. Right. So we have a major share in how we decide where the society is going to go. Not only for India, not only for my state, but we also decide how the world is going to move because of our sheer population, because of our sheer knowledge. You must be already aware that if we are 1/6 of the population of the world, we are also 1/60 of the world's groundwater extractor. I'm sure you are aware of this, right? We are only getting 4% of rainwater, but that rainwater is enough for the 16% of world population that we host in the country. The point I'm trying to make is the choices we make as individual or the choices which we make as collective is really impacting not only our own state, our country, but it is also impacting the whole world now. The fact that we grow wheat, the fact that we grow sugarcane, the fact that we are the largest producer of not beef directly but of cattle is changing the way we are doing farming. India is now #1 cattle exporter in the world, beating Brazil. And here in India, we are already talking about worshipping cows. But on the other hand, we are also exporting highest number of cows or cattle from the country. India is also one of the largest producers of wheat and sugarcane, you will be aware. And we all know, everyone in their houses, they know that sugarcane is, or sugar is not good for health. We are #1 in diabetes in the world. So I want to ask you my next question. How as a policy, how as educated society, we also host highest number of educated women in the world. Let me tell you that by statistics. At the same time, we also host highest number of women, educated women unemployed in the world. So many of the farming practices, many of the food practices are patriarchal. It's not by men, but it is patriarchal in nature. Traditionally, ye hota chala aaya hai, so let us continue doing that. That's a kind of patriarchy we have been embracing and we are continuing. So if we are not concerned about good health of my own citizen, we are also transferring that non-concern to the world when we transfer sugarcane or sugar or meat from here to the world. So we are, on one hand, we are reducing our health budget, you may have seen, and on the other hand, we are increasing our uncertainty towards health. And this has a direct connection to our food choices. Our food choices have a direct connection to farming choices. So this is what I will actually focus more on, that the farming pattern is the black hole in the way we are really looking at water and food security. When we say we are extracting around 70% of groundwater, of the global groundwater, we extract more groundwater than US and China put together. 70% of the world's groundwater is taken out by India alone. So we have to start thinking, and why are we doing it? We have to also start thinking. Because in India we produce around 130% of the food crop that we need, both agriculture and horticulture, that we need to feed 3 nutritious meals to everybody. 1.5 billion people, nearly, officially, unofficially. 3 nutritious meals a day. For that calculation, we are already producing 130% of the food on ground. These are not my statistics. These are all Government of India statistics. In that situation, if we have more than 60% people fed by less than 1 nutritious meal per day, or which we consider as sleeping hungry every day, there is a serious question we need to ask as practitioners, policymakers, educationists, scientists. Where are we really missing the mathematics here? I'm repeating again, 130% of food production for 3 nutritious meals for every Indian we produce in India. More than 60% people are going sleeping hungry every day in India. We are among the 129 Hunger Index 2024. India stands 129 in 164 countries. So we have to really start thinking that if we are growing more food and if we have more people sleeping hungry, where is going something wrong? Which means we are actually producing food for economy, food for export, food for our own GDP. So will you not start asking question to yourself, GDP or Human Development Index? That's my next question to all of you. How do you relate human development versus GDP? Do you think we should have more GDP and less human development, or we should actually have both of them a little bit elevated? Do we have the mic, Nisha? Okay. Anybody please raise your hand and interact with me, because I have a lot of questions for all of you. Okay, nobody? Okay, please sir, go ahead.
I just want to respond to what you asked earlier. And from what you've said so far, my impression is that the problem is population, nothing else. Yeah, that
Okay.
you have to feed, you were talking about genetically modified crops. I think they were modified for a purpose, and that's
Yes.
basically to feed the population. So if you
Yes.
have population, you have to feed them, and if you don't have this genetically modified plants which don't produce much, and also are prone to insect attacks and all that,
Absolutely.
then maybe the other alternative will be to face famines.
Yes.
So I think basically, MS Swaminathan and all have done those researchers basically to feed the population.
Yes.
So if you are saying this is a problem, then I think we could be ending up barking up the wrong tree.
Absolutely.
Because the population has to be fed, has to be kept satisfied. You have to have GDP to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, well-being is necessary, but then I
Yes.
think that balance has to be
Yes.
brought about somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. This is what we are trying to decode, that if we started from the industrial and green revolution with this path, which if we have taken this path, then from that perspective, we should have already had everybody fed 3 meals a day, because that was the whole idea with Professor Swaminathan's idea of green revolution. If we are not doing that, there is something more, which is a social factor, probably. The discrimination in the society by class, caste, religion, ideology, beliefs, and all those things come into picture, which means access to and affordability to food security. That is also bringing kind of a wall between the food production and the food availability to the majority of the people, as we talk about 60% people not really getting 3 meals a day. So when we are talking about this, we are also talking about a large chunk of our water or of our food gets exported or transmitted to other parts of the world, which we have to do because it is both by humanitarian reasons but also because of the economic reasons that we have to set. But we have to start decoding and start thinking for ourselves, a country or a society or a community which was always up for sustenance farming to first feed themselves, and then the excess is to go to the others. From there we have reached a stage in the society, so I will say from capitalism, from socialism, we are almost inching towards capitalism, where we are producing grains or food or horticulture products to first send it to others, and then if there is something left, we eat for us. And a classic example I can give as a Bengali, that Ilish Mach or Hilsa is not available, the good Hilsa is not available to Bengalis. It goes to export, and not so good quality or lesser in quantity is available to Bengalis now in West Bengal. They cannot afford Hilsa. That if you look at most of the spices, most of the granaries, because of the world food standards, we are bound to send the best of our things to outside, and we are left with the compromised quality also. So these are some things I really want you to discuss through and think through, because after all, institutional decisions also is made by individuals like us who are sitting in this hall. So my last question to you, and then I end my keynote, and then we can get into the plenary, because I have 15 minutes to talk here with you as a keynote. My last question to you is from SDG goals. As I'm saying that individual choices influence collective choices, I gave example of thin air, serving food, and collective choices also influences the institutional decisions we make together, because we are the ones who are going to sit in the decision making room and decide policies and write things and even see how things gets to the last mile. So if SDG 17 goals do not include farming as one of the goals, how do you think we can really achieve zero hunger? How do you think we can achieve zero poverty or reduce poverty? So I consider it is a black hole in SDG, because we will not be able to achieve, although I also consider SDG 6, which is say access to water or water security for all the time, as the central or mother of SDG goals. If there is no SDG for farming or food production, and we are only talking about reducing hunger, then we are talking about the social aspect of reducing the hunger. We are actually not talking about the physical aspect of producing the food. So it's not that there is not enough food in the planet. And if we go by Gandhi's words, there is enough for everybody's need, but not enough for everybody's greed. And that is where it is a classic example in India, which we need to now reconsider, rethink and decode, which I call, and even decentralize the way we are doing food practices or farming practices, to start thinking about the need also when we are talking about our economy, when we are talking about becoming a first world country from a developing country at this point in time. If human development index is not rising, I have serious reservations and concerns that we will not be able to really hold on the GDP as well, or the world economy platform as well. So there are a lot of these things to really start thinking, from individual choices, collective choices, institutional decisions, and many more, and global goals for that matter. So because I'm raising the global goal issue, because 2030 is not far from here. We have not attained even 20% of the zero hunger of the global goal, and India is one of the major challenges to achieve the zero hunger global goal, because as I said, more than 60% people do not get fed. So we really stand at a situation where sustainable development goals are not going to be there after 2030, but there are UN scientists who are already sitting and thinking, what after 2030, what are the new goals? So maybe it's a good idea, when we are here together as a team, we can start campaigning and promoting about having farming as one of the goals, because the farming pattern and farming policy across the world, and especially India, influences the world decisions now. If Finnair, American Airlines and KLM can serve Indian food, which means there's a demand for more Indian food, very simply put in a simple way. So we influence the world decisions. So we can also start campaigning as a team who are sitting here to start having farming practices as part of the SDG after 2030. We can't change SDGs until 2030, but we are not reaching anywhere. We are not reaching water security, we are not reaching food security. So maybe we have to rethink, we have to decode what we have done in the last 20 years, 15 years for SDG, to be honest, and then start rethinking, because there will be new goals, global goals, which will percolate into local actions. So our local actions may also have to maneuver a little bit and start thinking from the social aspect, ecological aspect, as especially more from the humanitarian aspect, I will put it in this way. And if we are accepting climate change is here, then we cannot escape the ecological aspect. We cannot escape water resource management, and this is what I'm going to talk in my panel discussion for that matter. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhargava, for that enlightening keynote address. Your words have truly set the stage for the important discussions that follow. Next, to provide us with a deeper understanding of the workshop's background and rationale, I would like to invite Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi, the additional CEO of SLNA. Dr. Devi has been instrumental in the organization of this workshop, and her insights will help us appreciate the context of our gathering. Dr. Devi, please.
Kulkarani, the Director of Planning Department, and my boss and CEO of State Level Nodal Agency for Watershed Management. Very good morning to Dr. Mansi Bal Bhargava, the keynote speaker of today's workshop. And my heartiest welcome and very good morning to my colleagues and my dynamic fellows in Cornell, Dr. Patch Manopawit and Dr. Omar Khan from Myanmar. I also extend a warm welcome and greetings to Tamu Pradip Panjombam, the Chief Editor of Imphal Review for Arts and Politics, Tamu Rupachandra, Chief Editor, Impact TV, my very own guru and my mentor, Professor Retired Asa Gupta, and all the participants here. The Hubert Humphrey Fellowship Program enhances leaderships among international professionals who collaborate to address local and global challenges and fosters change for our collective good through academic study and professional development with US counterparts. This growing global network shares best practice and builds expertise in fields of critical importance to advance social threat and institutional capacity. It also helps to promote human rights and freedoms, ensure sustainable environments, and developing thriving communities. Manipur today is organizing the first ever Hubert Collaborative Alumni Project for South and Southeast Asia, funded by the US government, and a proud moment for 4 Humphrey Fellows from Thailand, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and India. So, and with this challenge, we face today more important challenges of food and water security, which through this workshop, we are trying our best that what could be the first step, the baby step, to work towards a global goal. I have with us Dr. Mansi, who is a very, very eminent person in the field of water. She is a water warrior, a woman for water, and I have my association with her since the 3-4 years, and I could say that she's a wonderful lady. I have Dr. Patch with us, who is again a conservationist of Thailand. He's quite famous in his field. If you check his Facebook page, like it's a wow. And we have Onmar, Dr. Onmar Khan. She works for food security in Myanmar region. And very sadly, we missed today Dr. Khurshid Alam from Bangladesh. And I think due to the political reason, or maybe not, he missed the passport from the embassy. So, but we are hoping that he will join online in his session. And coming to the problem of, or the, let's say the challenge of climate change, global phenomenon, and it's primarily caused by human, and taking into account of increasing severe effects of climate change, unquestionably the most significant catastrophe of our time, the seriousness of water security scenario becomes apparent, and with it, challenges of food security becomes a collateral effect. So, having this in mind, our team is organizing this climate smart technology to promote water and food security in South and Southeast Asia. So we'll be having 2 workshops. The Indian workshop today, we're holding it here in Imphal, and another one we will be having in Bangkok, in Thailand, organized by Dr. Patch. So the Bangkok workshop is for on the 6th to 7th September. So immediately The team will be traveling to Bangkok. And again, as part of this workshop, we have participants who are from different fields, scholars, professionals, media persons, and resource persons who are quite eminent in their field of work. And also myself and my boss who work for Watershed Management in this region, Manipur, which is part of a very ambitious program called the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Yojana, WDC 2.0. This is a very lucrative and robust program of the Government of India, Ministry of Land Resources. So we are also quite thankful to the ministry that Manipur has received about, till now, about 106 projects for the last 13 years. So our association with Watershed Management is not new, and this is indeed a very good platform to focus and highlight this. So in the workshop, we also have focus discussion group, wherein we have questionnaires distributed for the last 2 months, and collectively from each country, Dr. Onmar have come with her report from Myanmar, likewise mine from Manipur. Sorry to say that I could not cover any part of India, so only from Manipur we have the focus discussion group result, and my team Vaskar is helping with the the report writing, and again we will have from Patch and Alam from Bangladesh. So likewise we have this FGD group. Again we have another trip to the Loktak Lake tomorrow, where again we will be again focusing on water, wetland as a water resource, and we will have another FGD maybe there. So I stand today not as an individual but as an advocate about climate change and the challenges it brings to water and food security. I stand today as a team to bring about solution to the changes and to showcase that there is still hope to fight this challenge. So we are together, and the fellows are. Okay. And I represent today as a Manipuri with no cultural, no social, religion, and community barrier, but as one to fight the challenges we face. I represent today as an Indian citizen to overcome any constraint to work together with my fellows from various regions of South and Southeast Asia as one. I have known all these fellows are shining examples in their line of work, and also I once again personally welcome them to Manipur, and I take this moment to convey my gratefulness to all my team, to all the participants present here, to media person, to scholars, and to teachers and professionals who are gathered here together. We don't have a vote of thanks, so this suffices as the vote of thanks. So, and once again, thank you to all the participants here, the delegates, the media person, the print from the newspaper, from Impact TV, ISTV, and all the scholars of NIT, DM College or DM University of Science, and Manipur University, teachers, my watershed fellow from various villages. We have watershed secretary there. And to save the best for the last, my gratefulness to today's Master of Ceremony, Ms. Priya Lakshmi. So wherever you are there, she not only holds a master degree in rural development, but also has a master degree in Manipuri classical dance and pursuing her PhD in Manipur culture. So she is the Master of Ceremony today. Thank you so much, and let's have a very fruitful and wonderful workshop ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devi, for laying out the foundation of our discussions. Your words have certainly provided clarity and direction for the work ahead. Before the tea break, we would like to take a very short moment to honor and felicitate our respected speaker and our moderator, ma'am. So, ma'am, would like to request you on stage and give us a... Okay. Yeah. Would like to request Professor Asha Gupta, madam, would like to have your presence. think it's better if we do it on stage. Yeah. And also would like to request our speaker, Sri Pradeep Panjobam, will be presenting on the role of media in climate change and its mitigation for water security. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, Sri Rupachandra Yumnam, editor, Impact TV, presenting on the topic Media Partnership in Climate Change and its Mitigation for Food Security. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, before we delve into our presentations and panel discussion, let's take a short break to refresh ourselves and network with fellow participants. Presentations and panel discussion on climate smart technology for water security. This session will be moderated by their esteemed Professor Asha Gupta from India, with Dr. L. Sanjoy Mehte serving as a rapporteur. And before we begin, may I have the privilege to introduce our key speaker of the first session. First, we have Dr. Fetch Manopavit from Thailand, and we'll start us off by discussing enhancing water resilience with nature-based solutions. Dr. Fetch is a highly experienced president of the Water Resources Council at the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, C leads a network of women leaders in the water sector. Her notable fellowships include the University of Cambridge, Erasmus University, and Fulbright Nehru. Next, we have Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi from India. She will share her expertise on watershed management, best practice for water and livelihood security in Manipur, India. Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi, additional CEO for the state-level nodal agency for watershed management, Manipur, specializes in watershed and springshed management with a PhD in wetlands and remote sensing. A Herbert Humphrey and Fulbright Fellow, she focuses on water, climate change, and rural livelihood enhancement and has received numerous awards including Mapasya and Zika fellowships. And finally, Sri Pradeep Panjobam, editor of IRAP, will speak on the role of media in climate change and its mitigation for water security. Pradeep Panjobam is the editor of Imphal Review of Arts and Politics, monthly columnist for the New Indian Express and the Telegraph, occasional columnist on request for the Hindu Economic and Political Weekly, Indian Express, etc. Former fellow Indian Institute of Advanced Study, IIAS, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh. Former book writing fellow, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, Teen Murti, New Delhi. Author of 2 books, The Notice Question, Conflicts and Frontiers, and Shadow and Light, a Kaleidoscope of Manipur. Former member of the Manipur University Syndicate as Chancellor's nominee, consultant at Indo-German Watershed Rejuvenation Project in the Eastern Himalayas Manipur chapter called Community-Oriented Social Forestry Manipur, COSFORM, funded by German Development Bank, KfW. We'd like to request all our respected speaker to be on the dais once again, and also would like to request our moderator, Professor Asha Gupta. Professor Asha Gupta worked at Manipur University Life Science Department, completed DSc Moscow University, work on ecosystem analysis, population biology, hydrological cycle, wetlands, lake and river, work on soil erosion, traditional institutions, biodiversity assessment, organized a number of international conferences. We are deeply honored to have you with us today. We'd like to request Dr. Professor Asha Gupta, the moderator of the first session. Please, ma'am. And also would like to request Dr. L. Sanjoy Meitei. Dr. Likmabam Sanjoy will be serving as our rapporteur, is an Indian academic and researcher specializing in the field of environmental science and sustainability. He is currently working as an assistant professor in environmental science at DM University in India, where he contributes to research and teaching in areas related to environmental management, climate change, and sustainable development.
Then Dr. Mansi, you have already heard her for keynote address from India. Dr. Rajkumari Sunita Devi, India, and Sri Pradeep. So I am making this arrangement that let one speaker will have presentation. After that, we will take only 2 to 3 questions because of time shortage, and then other questions we will take. You can discuss with the learned speakers in the lunch time. I think it will work. So I invite Dr. Pech, Enhancing Water Resilience with Nature-Based Solutions. We have how much time?
Into 20 minutes.
Okay. Okay. 20 minutes.
I'll try to be brief. First of all, so thank you again, Sunita, and also the people of Manipur for having me here again. So it's good to be back. So I was first here, I think about 7 years ago, in also Water Management Symposium. So today I would like to actually present it about nature-based solution. The picture here, you know, on the left side we have a severe drought this year in March, and currently we are suffering with severe flooding. And I think Manipur also just had a serious flooding, right, about a couple months ago. So what I would like to talk about is about I think the way how we including nature as our way out of this. I think we all need water. The Green World Foundation founded about 35 years ago. they're focusing on environmental education. And I think one of the flagship project is about water detective. So we teaching the kids about the importance of water, especially quality, by looking at the freshwater insect to tell about water quality. And with that, we're starting the network of citizen science around the country to monitor the water quality. So I think knowledge alone cannot make the change, but I think we really have to raise awareness through action and also understanding. The other organization that I'm currently serving as a president is also working on nature. It's called Bird Conservation Society. You may wonder what bird has to do with the water and wetland, but I think bird is a keystone species for many wetland ecosystem, and we work across country. It's one of the oldest conservation NGO in Thailand as well. So I sort of serving both as a board member for this organization, and I think they're both working very hard to trying to educate people about the importance of nature. Just to recap, we all know that situation about climate change is bad. The flooding, the drought, the extreme weather has become very normal. But I think one thing that I like to point out is that the scale and the rate of the climate change is accelerating in a very worrying manner. So from 0.18 Celsius per decade, now we are seeing the temperature rising as a 0.26 Celsius per decade. So you see kind of all this socio-economic trending we are developing at the expense of nature. The Earth system is pretty much crying out about all this issue. The nitrogen, the coastal nitrogen that causing the dead zone, the consumption is also very unsustainable. And what we see is the Earth is sending us the bill, right? So we are developing in an expense of nature. So we have seen so much natural disaster. And I think water is in particular in a serious situation. So I like to focusing on Thailand, where I'm coming from, but I think the many of the information will be applied to South Asia and larger Southeast Asia as well. So water resources are crucial for economic. We have it play a vital role in agriculture, in industry, in tourism. About 20% of Thailand's GDP now is coming from tourism. And essentially, water is also keeping the balance of ecosystem. But we have many challenges. I think same with here, right? So we have a serious urbanization, particularly in Bangkok, in population destination like Phuket or other places has led to increased demand for water. Pollution, I think not only the plastic that we are concerning about, but agricultural runoff, pesticide, fertilizer are definitely one of the key issues. So you see there's a lot of pressure from water is actually coming from all our human activity. Land degradation, groundwater overuse, and also essentially inefficient water management. So Thailand has suffered many serious flooding in the past. And this is the picture from last week. And I think one thing you can see that is actually the waterfall showing a lot of erosion from the watershed area. It's just reflecting on serious deforestation in the watershed that result in such a phenomenon. So this is a rural road become serious waterfall. So climate change, I think, is making the situation extremely serious because it increased drought risk, as I already mentioned. It increased the risk of flooding. The sea level rise is also very serious as well. Bangkok is situation next to the sea and it's very low lying. The water quality degradation is also very serious impact. So all this is altering ecosystem and reducing capacity for the system to regulate the water flow and quality. So when you're talking about dead zone, in Thailand, we haven't really experienced that. But last year, the large runoff from the agriculture land and also the factory resulting in severe plankton bloom in the Thai Gulf. And I think it is the first time that we have to recognize that dead zone is also being found in Thailand. So with all this, we have traditional water management way to trying to mitigate the problem, but also increasingly important way is it's called nature-based solution. Its definition is solution that use natural processes and also ecosystem to address societal challenges. So nature-based solutions are inspired by natural and use to mimic natural processes to improve water management. I think it considers solution because it can help contemporary water management problem and address 3 dimensions of water. The flow of the river, the natural system already evolved to do this. The meander of the river help slow down the flow, and during the peak it also flood in the wetland area. But it is normally the river has been modified to strengthen, accelerate the flow, so the water is easily overflown to the agriculture area downstream. When we have more dam, it also blocking all the sedimentation as well. And when you don't have the natural sedimentation, the erosion problem gets a lot more serious, and then it actually affecting our infrastructure like bridges and roads. And that's why I think when you want to mitigate the water, the flooding problem, the drought problem, you have to have this kind of watershed management skill. You have to understand about the watershed management issue and also how to connect the river with the nearby wetland. And I think in that way you can mitigate the problem efficiently. So the concept has been promoted in Europe for the past 10 years, and now we have seen many initiatives to rewilding the ecosystem, to making sure that the wetland is functioning again. So I like to recap about this nature-based solution. So how it helps to address key water management challenges. The first one, the water availability. Right? So in many places now facing water shortage. By investing in reforestation and forest conservation, you are actually help increasing the infiltration and groundwater recharge. How you connecting the river with the floodplain, it also enhance water storage and also reduce the impact of floods and drought. By promoting regenerative agriculture, the approach is also help improving soil health that can store more water as well. And I think it also water harvesting, this also including collecting and storing rainwater for later uses. In terms of quality, nature-based solution can also help by doing source water production. You basically help improving the natural filtration of the ecosystem. By protecting riparian buffer area along the river, It helps you by planting tree and restoring vegetation along the river and stream can help filter pollutant from runoff. We also can construct the wetland as well, that combining gray and green infrastructure. And I think the last aspect of water management issue is water-related risk. By doing floodplain restoration, you can help creating more space for flood water to spread out, so reducing the impact in the city or urban area. By doing wetland conservation and restoration, it serves as a natural sponge, absorbing water during the flood and also releasing it slowly during the drought. Green infrastructure in urban area, you can see many examples, and during the Bangkok workshop, we will have the field trip to see some of this green infrastructure. Using green roof, using the design of the urban park, this can also reducing runoff and flooding in the city. The other, I think, important benefit of doing nature-based solution is that it's producing so many co-benefits. So the environmental co-benefit is protecting, enhancing biodiversity, which is essential for all sort of life. It's improving air quality. It also producing social co-benefit, enhancing human health and well-being, improving equity and social justice. Because when you have this functional ecosystem, it's actually you providing food security for also local community, creating jobs and supporting local livelihood as well. In terms of economic, I think it also reducing water treatment costs, it boosting tourism and recreation. So by addressing water management, but you also producing many co-benefits of society and also economic as well. And you see this development all over the world, right? So the lower picture is a wetland center in London. It's only half an hour from London city center. So they recreating this wetland center. Or even in New York, right? You have this Central Park that's serving as a sponge for the city. In Singapore, you have the family of otter become such a famous ambassador for tourism. So in Thailand, we're also trying to promote the idea that Bangkok can also be revived as well, because there are over 200 species of birds in Bangkok alone. Many people will have the impression of all this concrete city, right? But actually we also still have many important parks that can be further developed. So nature-based solution emphasize the importance of all this activity, right? All the work that Sunita and her department is trying to do in terms of wetland and floodplain restoration, producing many co-benefits. In Thailand, mangrove restoration is also very important for coastal resilience. It producing many successful restoration and providing example about how people and nature can coexist. In the upland, in the north, forest landscape restoration is also producing a lot of benefit for water regulation. And green infrastructure in urban area, I think it's becoming more and more important. So city like Bangkok can benefit from green infrastructure as well. The green roof, the urban wetland, so this is the park in the city of Bangkok. It's called Benjakiti Forest Park. It's reducing urban flooding. It also helps restoring the water during the drought period as well. Agriculture, sustainable agricultural practices, it also helps tremendously for water resilience. Agroforestry, cover cropping, and organic farming, it also reducing a lot of runoff and prevent erosion as well. So such a practice have improved water availability in agriculture. It also reducing the pollution as well. I think just to recap, the nature-based solution by focusing water management, but can producing so many nature positive outcome, right? So it helps enhancing biodiversity. It also enhancing carbon sequestration. So many wetland area are carbon sink. So it's very important to fight with climate change. It helps with water quality. It providing economic and social co-benefit as well as a long-term sustainability. So one example in the northern Thailand, in Chiang Dao, in Chiang Mai. So my friend, also the previous president of Green World Foundation, she starting this project trying to restore the biodiversity and also rebuilding wetland and food system. So she purchased the land and trying to reconstruct the wetland and also the river. And I think at the first few years, it was very difficult because surrounding area are full of chemical from the industrial agriculture. But over time, the nature start to heal itself. The water quality is improving. She's starting to see biodiversity are coming back. You have species like dragonfly, which is prey on mosquito, 300 to 500 mosquito a day. So her place also even in nature, but very few mosquito. Local species start to come back like whistling duck and the fighting fish. She also doing the land as a food production, so they grow soy and also they're doing a rose farm as well, the rose garden. And in her rose garden has over 40 species of spider. So she doesn't have to use any chemical at all. And now starting to have many bird species. So this is just, one example of one individual trying to start to show that there's an alternative to do the farming and also to how to use the wetland to help with water management and also food security.
Doctor, can you complete your lecture?
Yep, I'm wrapping up. So I think the path forward is that you have to mainstream the concept and also to build collaboration among all sectors, both research and also business sector as well as the government. You have to have the policy framework that this kind of initiative can be mainstream nationally. You also have to think about the financing. If you don't have the finance, all this initiative wouldn't be possible as well. So education and capacity building is also very important. I think all this, we have the urgency for action because of climate change. But if we have the vision for a more resilient future, we have to really embracing the concept and making sure that we integrate this kind of thinking to make sure that we can build a partnership and make water resilient a reality for all of us. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pech, for a very thought-provoking speech about especially NBS. We know nature-based solutions, they are very fundamental when we talk of water stress and water scarcity. And we know that investment in healthy rivers, wetlands, and lakes, it is more important than doing some other remedial measures. So what you have talked is very significant. And then you have also put a very good point that how the finance is needed and what Thailand government is doing, like green bonds and others. And I will also have one small question about financial matter, how they are involved in NBS and how to make it relevant to public, community. But before that, I invite questions from the audience. Please shoot your questions to Dr. Pech. Please tell your name and ask question.
Hello, check.
My name is Dr. Rajkumar Chinke. I'm representing Department of Environmental Science, Manipur University. Dr. Page, it was really a very interesting and insightful lecture you have given. I'm quite privileged to hear your lecture. So in one of your slides, and one of the points that you have pointed out regarding the riparian vegetation to improve the quality of the water. So in that, I have just one clarification from you. Do you have any specific suggestion on what type of vegetation would be the best as a riparian vegetation? Do you have any specific suggestion for that? Say, for example,
you mean for the riparian vegetation? Yeah.
And what?
I think it varies, but what we have seen, the situation is that the vegetation, the riparian vegetation is the one that got encroached the most because it's accessing the water, and because of the flood problem. Now we have seen many natural river bank has become concrete. They're putting up the concrete, the dam, to making sure that the water not overflown to the community. But I think it really went to the wrong way. To answer your question, I think it at least now the rule of thumb is that 50 meter or to 100 meter. I think in Europe we're starting to see that it's a buffer area that should be left as a riparian vegetation. So many places have started trying to do the restoration project. But I think what kind of vegetation, it depends on the natural habitat there. So it's not specific, but I think the rule of thumb is that you leave some room for natural vegetation rather than doing all this concrete that we have seen in many areas.
Actually, I come up with this question because nowadays many experts are recommending plantation of bamboo. So right. I thought you might be having some ideas on that line also.
Okay.
So what is your suggestion regarding the bamboo as a riparian vegetation?
I think bamboo is, I think it's a good option because it's fast growing. It's providing so many co-benefits for local community as well. But I think you also need diversity of species. But bamboo is a good pioneer species because it's fast growing. I think it's community can use as well. So I think it's, but later you might have to try to add more species to replicate the natural ecosystem.
Actually, Chinkai, I would like to intervene. I want to say that when you are talking of the riparian buffer, they provide good species diversity and habitats also. They filter the nutrients, they filter the sediment, they make the water better, pure rather. So that is why riparian buffer is very important, and therefore there should be diversity. Biodiversity should be there because it becomes a wildlife habitat. You see, they are very richer because of the ecotone. Ecotone means the region which is between two ecosystems like land and resources, land and water. And they are having the maximum use of the terrestrial benefit, whatever is there, and along with the water. And therefore it is very significant that it should be diverse. Diversity should be there. And if diversity is there, only the wildlife will be there. Wildlife habitat can be there, and there will be better filtering of nutrients and sediments, and the flood fury, it can be reduced. So riparian buffers are very important. At the same time, he has told in the beginning about the coastline. You see, we have 4,600 square kilometer coastline, kilometer coastline in India. But you see what is happening to our mangroves. Mangroves are being lost, so they are to be kept intact. Besides coral reefs, they are being lost. So coral reefs, they provide the water barrier and then water break. So in that way, they reduce the energy. So reduce the storm. What we are talking of rising sea level in our many cities, that problem is coming. So these things are very important. What he talked of green structure and that technology, it is very important. So I think this is my point to say something.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, doctor.
Hello. Dr. Fetch, as you have worked with various stakeholders, including local communities and governments,
So my question is, what are the most successful approaches to engaging these groups in conservation and sustainability projects?
Very broad, very important question. But I think it's always useful when you work in the local area to try to identify local champions, especially the leadership in the community, right? So, and once you have, I think, successful pilot project, it's much easier to convince for local government to adopt your approaches. So work with local champions, trying to demonstrate through pilot projects, and then I think scale that up with the local government is always, I think, the approach that we have seen the success in the long term. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think no more questions. And if there are questions, we can you can talk with the learned speaker at the time of lunch. So I have one small query. When we are talking of the finances for NBS, it's very significant because we know that these solutions, they are resilient, they are long-term approach, not rather the gray structures which are there. But I think with the gray structure, parallel to it or substituting it, these green investment are also very important. So you have talked in Thailand government that bond, green bond and other things are there. But I think there are different stakeholders or different elements coming in the picture. So the private sector is also there, the public sector is also there, financial institutions are there, and the local communities are there. So I think there should be different roles of them when we are talking of NBS solutions. So your answer.
Yeah, I think definitely private sector become more and more important because we know that public funding is always shrinking, right? The funding to the government is always reducing throughout the world. But I think we have seen is also decentralization approach. So in the central government agency usually get reduce the budget, but more budget is now available at the local government. So that one thing is also working with the local government. But the private sector funding is becoming quite important because large corporations now they also want to report on their sustainability practices. So they have to invest in the project that producing, achieving sustainable development goal, for example. But we have seen many projects like CSR initiative, right? Corporate social responsibility is more one-off event. So they want to go maybe planting trees and then just come back, or they're doing some project with community, but it's not sustainable. So in Thailand now also many projects is trying to build a long-term partnership with the private sector and also trying to have the collaboration among different private sector to co-invest in the sustainable project. So rather than an event CSR project, planting mangrove, planting tree, but become more investing in local community to be part of the project. And I think now we're starting to see a lot more meaningful partnership with private sector, but I think it's still at the beginning, so still long way to go. But with the global agenda like SDG, with Paris Agreement, with the Global Biodiversity Framework that agree at the end of 2022, now we started to see a lot more interest from private sector to invest in this kind of project.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your nice deliberation and answering.
Thank you, Dr. Pet. Now I invite Dr. Mansi Balbhargav from India, decoding and decentralizing the nexus of water, farming and food.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm going to just run through some of the slides which I had for keynote. So please bear with me. And as you saw, a very nice presentation by Pech talking about nature-based solution, but he also touched very much the aspect of decentralization. So I'm going to talk little bit about contextualizing the relationship of water farming and food, which I was talking about in my keynote, and then looking at the institutional arrangement, so basically focusing on the governance of it, how to make these things happen, or how we are in India making these things happen. And taking example of Manipur, and I may not be the right person to give example of Manipur, but as a student, as a learner, I am trying to understand how Manipur is really doing its farming and food practices, because it really stands as a benchmark for India. For me, it's a very, very interesting way to study Manipur. So please bear with me. I'm a student of Manipur culture, food, and farming. So these were my questions from the keynotes. I'm just going to flip through. But one question which I did not ask you is, imagine growing more forest than growing more farming lands. So this is a question which will really be having answer to what all we are talking about, water security and food security, in terms of flood resilience, drought resilience, and also access to food for all and access to water for all. So let me start my talk from here, and taking the global goals. If you all recall, in my keynote speech, I was also talking about the global goals and how we can really look at it as a local action, and where water becomes the mother of global goal. And here we are talking about food security. And if we look at there, which means healthy farms and good food depends on clean water. So do we have enough water availability in our system? That will decide whether we are having good food or whether we are having good farming, or whether then it leads to good distribution of food to everybody. But distribution is a social or governance or institutional aspect where we have to think about. So all these things I have already covered in my keynote, as agriculture consumes more, and if we can really get a marriage of water and food goals, where is the gap in that marriage? And the gap is, as I mentioned earlier as well, the black hole is the goal for farming. So we have not set goal for farming as a global goal, and that's where we are really having some kind of mismatch between water security and food security, because between them lies our choices, what we do as individuals, as collective, and that leads to our institutional choices. And that because of that missing black hole, we also have the missing integration, you know. I mean, that is the farming food resilience in the state. And it's, as you see already, the percentage of Loktak Basin is very clearly evident, and that's why it is important how we look at the basin. But Loktak is fed by many rivers in the city, you know, in the state. And that's where restoring the ponds and the rivers also is important to talk about restoring Loktak Basin. So we are not talking about saving Loktak only as a Loktak Lake, which is what is done by the way, National Lake Conservation Plan, which is done through the Ramsar. But it has to be more, and because rivers are not covered in Ramsar and National Lake Conservation Plan, and that is where we have to start talking about the matching of the scales. Now coming back to India again, so you will find some pictures in all my slides from Manipur, because I was already in Manipur for last 2 days. And so I was traveling across Kakchin thoroughly in and out to talk to farmers, to talk to foresters, to talk to people who are displaced, and try to find out what they are doing in farming and food security at their own level. So as you know, Manipur is already nearly 70% of it is farming and agro-based economy. But when we look at the country level, actually Manipur fares much better than the country's average. So that way, we must be proud at Manipur that we do much better than the country's average. If you look at Manipur's agriculture and horticulture practices, and it comes out very clear. I'm giving you references. See, I'm a teacher just like ma'am, so I love to see what is happening on the ground and bring them together. I think it's very important to understand this core relationship between agriculture and horticulture practice in Manipur, because actually Manipur has food security to large extent, and I will also share where is the insecurity coming in Manipur's farming and food. This is from 10 years ago data. I could not fetch the data for this year and last year because of the reasons you are very much aware of the unrest in the state. But what you can see very clearly, and I was pointing out, I hope this works. Is it working? The pointer? Yeah? Okay, it's working. So what you can see from here, I was already talking about wheat, sugar cane and potato. Can you make it work, please? Okay. Oh, yeah. So you can already see sugar cane is 58% here, and that is where I have concerns about the choices we make in farming. So you have to really reconsider, or we have to reconsider in the way we are looking, because you have to also understand the last 3 agricultural crops are also the most water guzzling crops. So if we are talking about it, we have to start thinking about how we make choices, and also human well-being. So as you are aware, rice cultivation is the most dominant species. You are also aware now with the flood, the rice cultivation, press, you would say? Yeah, which one do I press? Okay. A huge responsibility not only for Manipur, not only for India, but we also have a huge responsibility for what the world is going to eat. How we want the world to have a better health, you know. So just to give you all these governance flavors, and then coming to Manipuri, and I love Manipuri food, to be honest, so I was very happy to make these slides. When you look at the Manipuri food, what is important to understand is that aqua farming and land-based farming go hand in hand. You know, it's a fish state, I must say. So as much as amount of work we spend on land farming, we have to also think about the water farming. And I think the department itself, SLNA, is with the land resource, if I am not wrong, right? And then we get, I must not say this, but we somehow tend to focus more on the land, and we somehow tend to give water lesser priority in working on the food aspect of it, whereas rice itself can be considered as semi-land water crop, you know, because rice needs full water. Anyway, I'm continuing with the Manipuri food and all, but important to understand here is that Manipuri food again stands out as a resilient food pattern, you know, because much of the food is consumed, what is grown here, and that's why it has much better food security average than the country's food security average. So it's Manipuri that is the food that way, or Manipur that way is food blessed, I would use that word. And it is important to understand the presence of rivers, ponds and lakes. I saw every neighborhood in Kakching had a tank, and people have their fishes there. And this is such a nice way to look at democratizing water systems, you know. But I'm also going to share where is the problem. So some more food, and I had this food, by the way, in last 2 days, every meal I was having something different to understand what I'm going to talk about it. And yes, so looking at this background of food, farming and water, I want to share with you how we are actually managing them and what the governance policy. Here's the water development policy of India, where we talk about the yearly replenishment, and then also factor now. It was not earlier 20 years ago when we were factoring climate change, but we are also now factoring climate change when we talk about demand for agriculture, or by agriculture for that matter, where we are ending up over exploiting our resources, both surface water resource and the groundwater resources. Here we stand today in India, where we have a mismatch between supply as well as demand. If you look at that from the institutional perspective, how this process is happening for watershed planning as well as development planning. So you have to also understand, as I already mentioned, that much of the focus in farming goes on the land farming, whereas Manipur stands out very different. And it has to be water and land integrated approach of not only for development but also for farming practices. So this is the governance model of our water management. As you see on the right side of it, from national level, how it goes to the self-help group, or at the last mile, I will say. So it's a multi-level planning and region classification. This is for development planning. And then you are overlaying with the watershed planning. Development plan is unfortunately made for land, and watershed planning happens parallelly. we are still not in a position to really integrate or marry them. And that's where my concern lies, that how do you start marrying the land-water integration of development and planning? So if you look at that from the perspective of Manipur, what really makes me very comfortable is the fact that Manipur's overall budget or focus is really having large chunk of most of the blue, and by the way the little orange on the bottom is for crop production, agricultural infrastructure, and agricultural ancillary activities dominate the state's focus. And which also tells that how we are nearly 70% agro-based economy. So if we have that kind of situation, we also have to now overlay with the geospatial data of the state and start talking about land, water work together. So this is, I think, from the organization itself picked up how from the national policy like the PM Kisan Yojana is already going on here, how it is taken to the sub-national, which is the state level, and how it is brought down to the last mile, which I'm going to show in the next slide. And this is where the organization which is hosting this workshop also sits here from the national level to the state level nodal agency, which then gets percolated into district level and then project implementation agencies, watershed management team, and then village watershed committee. You may correct me, maybe this is little bit going around with a different chemistry and roadmap for Manipur state, but I picked it up from Manipur state document itself. So I hope we are still following that, but yes, there will be some nuances at the ground level where people are going to make things adapt based on the context we are working on. So I have also, I'm going to present to you or share with you later, you can use this slide for comparing how Manipur is doing as compared to other states. So I have brought two examples who are also very well I will say represented in terms of food security and water security, which is Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. So these can be good example to do a meta study as a scholar or as a scientist to see where can we adapt or where can be co-learning and can happen with other states. Because mind you, all the states in the India unfortunately have a panacea approach of policy. We use the same policy for all states, no matter whether we are in a mountain region or in a desert region. And that's something which needs to be discussed at the central level, not at a state level. But based on the same policy which all the states follow, we still can find patterns of similar things and patterns of differences between the states based on the geospatial as well as social political context of the states. So this is one piece from Manipur which I have picked up from Mutala micro watershed, which is considered as a successful micro watershed. And you can see the pattern of how small dots of water bodies and how permaculture, how agriculture, how horticulture has been integrated with the water basin management. And again, it's a scholarly work from a scientist. And I'm going to abstract this to tell you what is going on here in that. So this is a physical map which has happened on the ground at Mutala. And how do we learn from Mutala? I'm going to take you from there. But before that, we also need to understand the way we are imparting climate action and education. It is creating a lot of anxiety for us. As I also mentioned in my own keynote speech, that we are really having a pessimistic outlook towards future water security and food security. And this is known to all of you, that is coming out of water crisis, because climate crisis is absolutely water crisis. Then other crises are basically ripple effect of water crisis. It is also one of the ripple effect is the farming crisis, because a water problem, then farming problem. Farming problem, then food problem. Of course, there's another wall between farming and food, which is the social political wall of many layers of the society. So if we have to match agriculture and food demand and supply, this is where we need to put our heads, all of us together, and really think what can we do. That's the big elephant actually. The farming policy or the projects are the big elephant here. Manipur, like any other state, is having same problem of water crisis in various ways, from drought to flood to temperature rise to pollution, of all kinds of pollution, agriculture and plastic, as rightly mentioned, for Thailand as well. But what is more important to understand for a state which has been food blessed or food secured state is that often the food insecurity comes from the problems which are based out of human conflict. The food insecurity is not based out of ecological or governance conflict. It is based out of the conflict which we are trying to create between us as humans, if I consider humans as a homogeneous species for the time being, and not divide them by caste, class, creed, color, and all kinds of ideology and all. So actually Manipur should be able to restore its food blessed status. But when I visited 2 relief camps, I learned that they have not had fish and meat for months. And that gives me worry, you know, because a community that is so rich in fish culture, that's whose staple food is fish and rice, and the community and the children are not getting, the displaced people are not getting food and, fish and on a regular basis, which is nutritious meal, I have a concern, you know, and we all have to be concerned. So it's not that there's not enough fish in the state, it's just that they are not getting access to it. So we have to turn around as thinkers, policymakers, decision makers, practitioners, teachers, activists, all of us together to really understand and bring the whole climate and food discourse into an optimistic way, and not take it in a pessimistic way, but go the optimistic way. And we have to understand the social fabric which is there. So this is from the Mutala, actually, I took it out how people are working in the watershed. So we really have a very decentralized way of working on the watershed, not only in Manipur, but in many states also. I have studied Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh for that matter, from the same aspect. And we can really go to the grassroots or bottom-up approach of the community resilience and top-down approach of policy and investment for that. So we have a social fabric where people are mobilized to take choices. We also have an ecological fabric in Manipur, where I already spoke about Loktak being the heart of what you decide for Manipur to grow and what to eat. And Loktak being just a symbolic heart, but then it is fed by many rivers and rivulets and ponds. So we have to really focus on the basin, the soil, the water, and the people, especially the indigenous people who are living around those watersheds and all. Institutional fabric, we do have, I saw in my previous slides and all, the multi-level approach. But importantly, when we talk about water and food security, we cannot really go past the other SDGs, which is sustainable communities, which is responsible consumption by us and production. Then we have to also talk about the dignity of livelihood. You know, many people are surviving. If it is an agro-based economy, which means SDG 8 is also at the center of everything. If we are talking about water security, food security, we are also talking about livelihood security for all. So these are some of the examples. This is example from, again, other multi-goal approach. So not only looking at only one aspect of food, but talking about water quality, water quantity, riparian areas, and also talking about biodiversity restoration, which is extremely important, and you heard pitch for that. So integrated management is already there. So I'm not talking about anything new. These are all there. It's about now how we integrate the farming into the whole process of water and food. How do we bring them together? So we need a lot of experiments. This is from the institution which is hosting us. So I picked from there. Please don't consider it as plagiarism. I'm learning from what they are doing, because this is really a very interesting institute, SLNA, from where we can really have some, I will say, a model understanding of how institutions should work. One of the things which I strongly believe when I did my PhD with Nobel laureate Elinor Ostrom, that all this integration, it can only work when we have interactive governance approach. So let people be part of the process. We saw that bubble diagram with all the community water committees. Let them have their voice in the main governance, and that will make the success story happen. There are a lot of innovative approaches which have been tried out in Manipur. I'm just giving a few examples here. And Manipur is considered as farming innovation hub in the country. I'm sure you are aware of it, and you should be proud about it. I feel proud after reading about all these things. This is where we have to turn the whole pessimistic narrative of climate action and food to optimistic narration of climate action and food. From growing cucumber to growing all kinds of apple, and we have to start questioning how it is good and organic farming and so on and so forth. So what is required now, because you have these grassroots or committees or grassroots people, last mile people who have a lot of traditional wisdom, and you saw those dots of water committees, if we can marry them to the new information and technology, new ideas and thoughts which are going around their world, not to copy them, but to adapt to what is possible to them. So not literally going the science and technology way, but also going the conscience and common sense way. How much people can digest new technology, new ideas, and adapt to doing by themselves? That is something which I think the government has to really take into account if we want to go from farming for exporting or farming for first food and then access to exporting. So change is the choice, I will put it here. Whatever we as urbanites choose, because we are already now 50% of the country's population, whatever we choose, the farming community is growing that. So our choices will also change the way they will choose their farming products, So we have to be really also at the center of what we want to eat and other things also what we want to consume as lifestyle, because everything grows from the ground, from the farming. It's not only food that comes from the farming, leather comes from the farming, all kinds of things come from the farming. Change is the choice. That will be my really the thumb nail or thumb line or moral of the story for my talk today, because as individuals we make choices that we bring to the institutions, and that is where we also change the way institutions look at things. So if I am not concerned about my own water footprint, I may not carry that narrative to the decision-making table, and that will also not change the way global goals are made. So with this, I would like to end my talk. I think I have surpassed few minutes here, but I'd like to invite you tomorrow to talk about more on Loktak Lake, where I conduct lake walk with all of you, and I look forward to having that walk and talk with you and see what we can do together and find new ways of looking at water, farming and food. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansi. Measure of understanding about the local traditions, culture and other things. So now I invite questions.
Third-party evaluation.
Now I invite questions from the audience. Please have questions. 2 questions we can have.
Okay, ma'am, I will pose one question to you, ma'am. So really wonderful to have your presentation, ma'am. It was really in-depth, insight, and also indicating some of the significant parts of the Manipur also as a part of the presentation. And one of your key aspects of your topic is on decentralization. And I would like to know from your end, like we have a decentralized structure in India as part of the 73rd Amendment. And you are also visiting and giving speeches in the other European countries and other countries. So how do you compare our decentralization system and the other country decentralization?
Okay, wonderful. I will bring example from Netherlands, where I lived for 7 years and also did my master's and PhD there. They have a polder management system. So water board in Netherlands is more powerful than the Prime Minister's office. You can imagine, for the reason that Netherlands survives if the water survives in this country. So we still have not reached that place where land and water are more important in the society than humans alone. Just to give an example. So anything which needs to be developed on the ground needs to go through the water management or water board. And what is this water board? You have to understand from the governance perspective. The water board is a multi-level people represented from national body to the district body to the committee from the ground, and everybody has to have a consent to approve anything which is to be grown or anything which is to be built. So every smallest of the community which is living there is part of the decision making which is going to happen for the whole country. And a very classic example is now living with water. For more than 500 years, Netherlands was talking about keeping water away. And now they are facing flood, and they are talking about restoring the Rhine River, which is Maas River in Netherlands, and talking about recreating the river to its original shape, which was there 500 years ago. Can you imagine? They already changed the course for 500 years, and now they want to have the Rhine in the same shape Both Germany and Netherlands have signed contracts as a transboundary river to bring it back, and then people have to give away their land to create the new, the original river. So people are part of the decision because they want to get into a flood resilient society. They want to become a flood. I think this is where we have to learn in India how to really have a say from the people, how to make our water governance interactive water governance, rather than go from the state and the national agency going to the people and telling that this is good for you. Let us listen to them, what is their requirement, and find a middle path that what is, and also enlighten them that this is what is required at the state level or a country level. Maybe they are more accommodative for their demands, but in the first time they will be really demanding for their immediate region. But if you give them a picture of the state, they will understand why this is required. Another example I would like to give from China and as well as UK. In China, land is nationalized. You don't buy and sell land. The moment there is no transaction on land, you can imagine everything can be decided by the community. We think that China is very top down, but my experience of traveling to China so many times, it is so bottom up that we cannot imagine. So this is where very important that everybody thinks that he or she or a family is contributing to nation's development. We have to change that approach in India, where we think that some people decide that we have to increase the GDP and the last mile is not informed about how the GDP is going to be achieved. Then I want to give example of UK here. In England, most of the work is basically decided by the, of course, the national government, but then the last mile is informed that this is what is the country's target. To give a classic example, if you have to change your farming pattern, then the national government is paying you for the farming pattern by telling you that, look, we have to keep the ecological balance in this way. So instead of growing sugar cane, you should be growing XYZ. And the loss you are going to bear for not growing sugar cane and growing XYZ is going to be borne by the national government. That's how they have involved the local community in changing their way of restoring the national eco footprint. So just giving 3 examples from 3 countries. So we can start thinking how can we do that. Sorry, the answer was long, but I had to bring examples from all over the world.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mansi. Another question? One more question we can take?
No question. Yeah, thank you so much, all of you, and thanks, ma'am, for considering. Sure.
I want to say, when we are talking of decentralization, that is shifting the power and management and access to resources from the centralized sector, from the centralized authority to local people. Here you have talked of Manipur. We are very happy, but when we are coming to marginalized community, they should have access to the resources. They should be able to manage it effectively, and then also they should have equity. So this is something we need also to discuss. Maybe when the agriculture sector is there, at the time it may be, we may be able to focus more on that. Because when we talk of this nexus understanding, it is very much, I mean, it requires a lot of scientific understanding, it requires a lot of local innovations, and also the policy support. And therefore, I think the persons who are working in watershed at the ground level, they may be able to focus more that how they are taking care of these resources and whether really they are able to take care of it and manage it. So thank you, madam, so much. Thank you.
I would like to put a last word when we talk about decentralized. It's the information sharing which is the most important. I think people will understand that the nation wants to go somewhere. Thank you.
So my presentation today is Watershed Management, case studies from Manipur. So just now Dr. Mansi has a very good analysis of the institutional system of the watershed program. She had a very good, like the background, or let's say in her own point with data from maybe DOLR, Department of Land Resources, but a little bit contradictory to what she said. Some clarification as as a manager working for Watershed Development in Manipur. Watershed now it has the nomenclature itself has changed into Watershed Management, from development to management. So once the management things comes, there are so many things that is being taken care of. So now we have really evolved from how it was earlier in the Indian diaspora. Little so you can see a very brief evolution of watershed approach in India. So it started way back from 1980s. That's how the objective was more on soil conservation. Then come 1990, it focused on water conservation. 94 in between, it was the productivity enhancement. So another entity was added. So in 2003 to 8 was the IWDP, so the development program. So that time, again, they added the increase in rural income by adding production systems and livelihood. And again, contradictory to what Dr. Mansi said about the top to bottom approach. Yes, indeed, it is the top to bottom approach in policy planning and fund flow, but in the annual action plan, it is again the bottom to top approach. So we conduct so many public rural appraisal wherein we give the villagers go down up to the rural level and ask them what their needs are. So based on their needs, we develop the DPR, the detailed project report, and based on that we estimate the cost and everything. So again, there was at a time when the top down and contractual. So there was one thing called the contractual. So that time the contractor was more involved, and that time even an NGO can implement the watershed program. But right now, the Department of Land Resource is solely focused on the watershed management program in India, and they have built a very nice institutional structures, where is the head is the Department of Land Resource, then the state nodal agencies. So in between there are National Rainfed Area Development and ICRISAT and so many other scientific organizations who develop the guidelines. That's how it evolved. So up to 2008, it was a program where even NGOs or any local institute can implement the program. But from 2009 till date, that's where the IWMP, or right now it's called the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Yojana, the PMKSY WDC 2.0, the watershed component. So that has been evolved till then. And again, today my slide will be more on what exactly are we doing, instead of not just in the theory part or in the bookish way, but exactly what is being done at ground level. I'll be showcasing those things, what we have been doing. So in the watershed approach, we have this 3-tier system, whereas the topmost we have the forest, then in between we have horticulture, which can be another income generating for the rural poor. We have in between again the agriculture, and the bottom is where we have our water harvesting structures. So that's how the synergy between food and water is being taken care of along with soil. So right now we have 3 components which is being taken care of, both soil, water, food, and food security. So this is how, like, yes, initially it was for prevention of soil erosion, but again it came like a vegetation cover for forests. And even when we design the program or when we prepare the DPR, the first focus is where do we have common lands. Those are lands which are not private, those are community lands which may be just lying there as a wasteland. But again, going to the definition of wasteland, it is a land where we have enough potential for development, where it can be turned into income generating for the rural poor. So mostly in the municipal area, the program can't be initiated or can't be implemented, but it is only for the rural, where we have the panchayat level or the nagar panchayat. So those are the areas where we focus our project. Again, coming to The global objective is for productive increase of degraded land and improve biomass. So the scientific, both the scientific for the mitigation of climate change and for improving the livelihood of the rural, all this parameter is being taken care of in the project. And again, another significant tools and techniques we use is use of remote sensing and GIS. So there is a latest technology where this program, the beauty of this program lies. In any other project for the government, there is based on either the household. We have the Manirega, where the project is designed by how many below poverty level people are there in the community, or based on the household or based on the family. But here in the watershed project, it is based on how much degraded or wasted area you have. So for that, we have extensive GIS, use of GIS. We do the mapping. We have the land use, land cover mapping, which I handle mostly, and we come out with all the data of how much are the land degraded, or how much is for agriculture, water, everything. So we have the data along with it, and that's how we design for each watershed how many areas are available for development. So based on that, we design the project. And another, I want to justify to Dr. Mansis is like in India having a same approach for both the hill and the valley, but they have different in funding for, they have more fund for the hill and lesser for the valley. So in that way, it is compromised. So now it is not, like equally, because the plain in Manipur or Maharashtra, it is more difficult here where the topography is so hilly. So right now we get more funding as compared to the other states like Maharashtra and this Madhya Pradesh, etc. And again, Karnataka, they are really doing well because they have a very big project from the World Bank. So they have good funding where they can work independently. I mean, being in a government office, we have to go through the government channel, like the fund process, the fund flow, the financial department, the treasury, all those are an issue. But for Karnataka, they have this project from the World Bank where they have a free hand and they can design their own, but the same, within the same guidelines. So that's how the things are there. And I'll just come to exactly what we are doing at the field. So I just said about like we use substantial this geospatial technology both for designing the project and after the project. Even for the evaluation, this is based on all the satellite images of before and after pictures. This was how the performance of the program in Manipur. Right now we have 13 projects in 13 districts of Manipur. Before we have 61 projects which is completed. All the evaluation report, everything has been submitted to the ULR, and for the PMKSY 2.0 we have 13 new projects encompassing 56,000 hectares of land. So based on that, we have designed, we have 80 villages in 13 projects, where all these 80 villages are in rural Manipur. You can see that this is the latest achievement from 2022 to 2024. Like I said before, the participatory rural appraisal, we have extensive PRA exercise at field. Our team, Bhaskar, then Rakesh, then Prem. So we all work at the office, and again we go down to the field because we are multitasking group where everything we do ourselves. So this is how we go to the field. It's sad to say now, but those are areas, Tengnopal, where I myself went, Kangpokpi, then our boys in Kakching, and we have a very good budget for institutional and capacity building. We have tied up together with ICRISAT, with NRA, then at SAT Manipur. We have different training for both watershed and spring-set management, where spring-set management is also another component. So that's how it works now. We have even organized international conference where Patch was there. You can see Patch there with Madam Asagupta. So it's there. So I take a moment. These are archive picture or file photos, but today everybody is here again. So I take this moment to showcase my respect to late Dr. Nandiram Sharma there on the. So both reporter Sanjay and we were students of Dr. Nandiram Sharma. We have, besides the third component of the project is the entry point activities, where we give to the rural community or the villages to go up with anything they want besides the component of water or soil conservation. So they can even, like rebuild a school, a library in the area. So this is sort of an ice breaking with the community and the project people. But this time in the new PM KSR project, we have used the entry point activity fund for creation of Amrit Sarovar. Amrit Sarovars are big water harvesting structures. This is a very ambitious plan of the Prime Minister of India. The Amrit Sarovars has about 5,000 cubic meter of water harvesting. So we have created about 40 Amrit Sarovars in Manipur within a very short period of 3 months. So along with the conflict and everything, we have really worked hard to, like build all the structures. This was again file photos of how the communities come up with their own system of filtration. Those are from EPA, the entry point activity. So we have, as a testimony, as a proof of our work, we have all the geotech location. So I'll just go briefly. So this is the NRM structure component of the project, where 47% of the total budget is focused on these works. It includes water harvesting structures, check dam, farm ponds, then for soil moisture conservation, we have the contour bunding, band serration. These are all traditional methods of conserving water and soil in the higher topography. But again, this is for not just for soil conservation, but again, it curtails to the global carbon footprint. So the Watershed program is such a beautiful program where everything is, like every part or technology, the natural resource management work, then the livelihood, the production system, everything has been covered in the project. You can see all this water harvesting structure. This is a normal farm pond we built in many places of Manipur, irrespective of the topography. The response from the rural Manipur is so warming, they embrace the project, they love the project, and they do so much for the project. So I'm really proud to say that we even have Watershed Secretary here with us now. So in most of the hill area, the farming system they do are natural or organic. So this is the latest outcome indicator. So this is just for the target for the last year. So we managed to reach a very good target. But this year, due to certain disturbances, we are not able to perform well. But still, we hope we are going to do more again. So we have more water harvesting structure. So you can see that how the water security is being taken care of during the project. This is how, that's why the topic for our workshop is so much, apt with my program. And farming is another main activity for the project, the NRM component. In many of the villages, along with, like providing water to the fields, to certain degraded land, the villages have really worked well, come out with good production system, where papaya, then lychee, then the local chilies. We have a huge production of, and you can see for the first time in Manipur, the dragon fruits, and in some part like kiwi, this is really enhanced during the project. Another component of the NRM work is the soil moisture conservation. So these are all locally available materials, all and very, very small funding. So the village has come up with their own ideas of how a contour trenches is or a staggered trenches they build themselves for, you know, like conserving water and soil. This is staggered trenches where this has helped in enhancing springs. So spring set management is an integral part of the project now, unlike before. So all these small structures, though it may look very, you know, very small, the budget is very small, but it has really enhanced, like increasing water table in the higher topography. And this is how we, you know, like very simply tell the rural people that without going to the jargons of the scientific water regime, this, that just say, we just show them this example of how a staggered trenches is dig, and the next day they come up with this. So they're their own, you know, like maybe like in some area, those are the challenges we face during having the staggered trenches where they wanted to cut down the trees to build these structures. But we had a session in the office where we come up with the pictures and everything and say, do like this. So this was basically my own, you know, work where we give lectures that the trees can be there along with the structure can be there. This is another challenge, like, you know, like rural people trying to teach them what to do and all this scientific in the best common way. So these are all with locally available material. They build their own brushwood dam, then the loose boulder. So likewise, you can see that we had very good example in Laikotkom in Kangpupi district, where the villages have really transformed from a very underdeveloped to a very, you know, huge production of papaya from that area. Very good Taiwanese papaya. So this was during one of my field work, like where the farmer was complaining to me that because of my intervention of not using pesticide, all the cabbage has been eaten up with worms and everything. But then when you know, like taste it, it was different. So I told them, like, if you have worms, it means you have no pesticides. So it's just for, you know, use local available neem and all, where we can see the papaya in Laikotkom was a huge success. We had sugarcane cultivation in nearby, you know, like inundated area, then bean production, then banana. Then we also have this coming to climate change mitigation way of multi-cropping, like banana and papaya together, along with this one, corns and beans. And that's how intercropping was done in many places. And again, these are latest pictures coming from, this is just a few months old, but one we have for 2023. So right now, 80 villages in Imphal East, West, and 13 districts, they are really, you know, like even during this challenging time, they are doing a good job. One of the most beautiful component of the new project is the livelihood and production system. So many a time, the question comes from the villagers, like, what do we do when we wait for the oranges or the papaya to, you know, like to grow? Or while waiting that you don't cut down trees, the gestation period, we give them this option, like you can have poultry, piggery, you can have duckery or fisheries, so you can have mushroom cultivation. That's how they wait for the gestation period. That's how they, you know, concerns to their livelihood, the daily. These are small budget, but it really makes a difference, livelihood and production system. We have about 15% of the total project fund for livelihood and another 15% for production system. So besides the intervention work, we also do plantation, observe our own wetlands day or any other drive in our office, in DC office. We ourselves go to rural areas to do the plantation or any other, you know, like celebration of the Swasthya Pakora. There's an Indian nomenclature for cleaning of all offices or localities or villages.
Dr. R.K. Sunita, can you complete your presentation?
Okay, so it's, I think only 2 left. Yeah. So this is the monitoring and evaluation where we use again remote sensing and GIS. We have the Bhuvan portal where all the geotech photographs are together. So even it goes right through the Prime Minister's office to monitor, you know. So we have all this clipping from, and like Mansi was saying, the third party monitoring and evaluation, we have NetFi, a very renowned institute for, you know, like evaluating our projects. We have all the 13 report with us, and we have submitted to the government of India. We had a very good evaluation from them. So that's it.
Thank you. Of accessibility to water, and that helps them to have their livelihood option, then human well-being, and also socio-economic development. So your slides which you have presented, they are showing that good results are found by this work and different projects which is taken by your department. So thank you so much. Now I ask audience to have questions from Dr. Sunita.
Wonderful presentation and enlightening, and also I think it is important, as I was talking about, optimistic way of looking at things rather than pessimistic way of looking at things, because that increases the multiplier effect of doing good things. My question to you is on the gestation period, and I really like the way you presented that there is a long gap after sowing and ripening, between sowing and ripening, and there are alternate ways of farming about it, and the people are upholding those ideas as well. So do you think that we can also talk about it as a model for even other states, and if that, what kind of documentation do you think is required? Because I already see the way Manipur farming is happening can really become a good benchmark for rest of the country to look at. So that's my question. What kind of documentation do you think we can do it immediately?
Yes, Mansi, you are very right in the way that documentation seems to be a little poor. We did come out with handbooks and, you know, like photograph, but like you said, documentation seems to be a little poor. So, but we have the evaluation report which we can share, or we have other publications, but that is not from our office. So I think we'll take a note of that, and maybe, you know, like we have our own website, though it's not very dynamic because due to, you know, like lack of staff in the whole district, we are really, you know, hell-bent on meeting the deadlines of the OLR and lesser on the documentation. But if you go to the website of the OLR, all the report, everyday report, and how many pictures have been uploaded from Manipur, and what are the, you know, the output outcome, monthly target, then monthly achievement. So everything, the dashboard is there. So in that way, either we visit the website, or I think we should come up with, you know, like, yeah, exactly, yeah. So we will take into account of that. So those are how the proceeding will come out.
Okay, Dr. Sunita, I have to ask you one thing. You are saying that for different projects and whatever are the outcomes, you said NetFi is doing that. Is it not?
It is evaluation. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to know, when we are talking of water security, we want to know what was there in the beginning and what has happened. So whether there are some indicators with you.
Yes,
it may be related to water quality, it may be related to groundwater recharge, it may be related to infiltration. These are some of the indicators.
Yes.
Whether such type of indicators are present in your study?
Yes, we have. Because at the initial stage of the project, we have all the satellite pictures coming, you know, collected by both ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization. They are the one who is handling the Bhuvan district, SISTRI district we call it. SISTRI is all the, you know, like map of watershed at micro level has been collected or deposited to them. So they have all the areas collected in the satellite imagery. And after 5 years of indicators, along with the indicators, we have the changes, you know, study. And again, for the groundwater table, we have at the initial stage of the project, we go to certain areas where we collect the data for water table. So they have separate budget for collecting those data for water table, groundwater table. So, and after we check those areas after 10, or mostly 5 to 7 years, that whether the water table has increased.
Yeah,
So,
with the
yeah.
permission of the, with the permission of the moderator, since we are also the part of the SLN team, so I would like to, add some more points regarding the monitoring and evaluation done by the NEDFI, which is the third-party evaluation bodies identified by our state government, and we have another third-party body has been identified by the Department of Land Resources. So, madam, regarding the parameter, what you have mentioned about, like, we have a standard list of parameter given by the Department of Land Resources. So we exactly follow, and we have instructed the NEDFI also to follow that one. And apart from that, we have also certain kind of our own parameters, which is not, which may be required based on our Manipur also. So certain kind of parameters also we have included there, and apart from that, we have also exactly maintained the parameters. So at the initial stage, they have conducted the baseline study, baseline survey during the project period, and then they have also identified some of the project control villages. And then the project was for 4 years. It was a monitoring cum evaluation part, process monitoring cum evaluation part. So by the end of the project, they come up with the report for each project, and they have given about our plus point as well as for the minus point also. And regarding the groundwater level, that is also one of the major parameters. So whether there is an increase in the groundwater, that is one of the success of the project, and decrease means that one. And now, since we have started the new project, PMKSY WDC 2.0, so one of the mandate which has been incorporated newly is the doubling of the farmer income. Earlier it was not a part of the project, now it has been included. So we are focusing more on the livelihood part and as well as the PSME part for increasing their, doubling the income. So this will be also one of the parameters, this will be included in this current PMKSY project 2.0. Thank you, ma'am.
Because actually my next question was about that social and economic aspect only. So you have already answered that it is there. Because when we talk about all these solutions at the ground level, economic as well as social as well as environmental metric is concerned. So you are saying that you are taking care of it. Thank you. Thank you.
So I think,
thank you.
I'm
Thank you
set
so
free.
much.
Okay, thank you so much.
PowerPoint. I do have one, but then it's not well prepared, so it's more of a notes for me to speak on. And the danger is that I digress when I don't have something in front of me. And you'll have to forgive me for that, or you can check me if I do digress a little too much. And my topic, of course, is media. So the media is, they are storytellers. We hear something and then tell somebody else about that thing. That's basically, I think, what the rough definition of the media is. Of course, you have to also put in your own research so that what you say is more authentic and closer to what is on the ground. And here, I'm just putting this caveat so that I don't have to be going into the details of climate change. I will try to some extent, but as a media person. In fact, just as a reminder, this year, the World Press Freedom Day on May 3, the theme is actually climate change. The theme is the press for the planet, journalism in the face of environmental crisis. So the environment is relevant to all of us. And this is why I think the press also has to be educated further on the idea of climate, on the idea of environment, and the idea of climate change, because this is vital for everybody, and this is being acknowledged by the whole world. Although there are some climate deniers. And in fact, in that same press freedom motto, there is a clause saying that we have to also fight this climate deniers doing their own propaganda. So I think that is what we should be doing. And of course, on the question of, let me just put in one more thing. I am also involved in a project here, an Indo-German project, again, Watershed Management. And they have chosen, in the first phase, they have chosen 3 sites. One is the Imphal River along the Kabru Range. The other one is the Thawal River, and that's a large basin in a sense that there are two major tributaries, one starting from Siroi Hills and the Siroi hillside, and the other starting from Humi and then Toloi and Somdal, Tuinem. They meet at a place called Lamlang and then flow down into the Chadong reservoir and then into the Thawal River that we know in the valley. And I am there as a consultant. This is a project which has been codenamed as COSFOM, COSFOM, Community Oriented Social Forestry Manipur. And here, so much has been said before. One of the main thrust area is this livelihood building. Much of the degradation of the forest that happens in the hills is out of livelihood needs. That acknowledging that if you provide alternate livelihoods, then that assault on the environment will be much less, and it's actually happening. And of course, it also needs the idea of sensitizing the community on the environment. Why they are? I mean, it's not like something happens in the hill and only the valley suffers. The first sufferers are actually those in the hills. That the springs disappear, and there is no source of water. We know very much how acute the water crisis is in Ukrul and many of the hill areas. That it's much more acute than in the valley, because the springs disappear. Ultimately, it runs down to the valley. But the first targets, people who suffer are those villages. And of course, there are also the suspicions of the incursion of the state into village territory and all that, because we are a traditional society, especially in the hills, where the MLR and LR Act is not promulgated. Every bit of land is supposed to be community land and all that. So that kind of problem is there. And one of the major hurdles in this is actually to negotiate that problem, to how to convince them this is for you, this is for your livelihoods. You do this, it'll be better for you and everybody else. It's a chain of goodwill that happens. You save your own stream, you save yourself, but you save the next village and the villages downstream, as well as everybody else. And in fact, the rivers that flow here is ultimately going to flow. The rivers that flow into the Ifal Valley is going to flow into the Loktak Lake, and from there into past the Ithai Dam, Manipur River, and then into the Chinwin River, and then into the Irrawaddy. So it's a much longer chain of water dependence that we have to acknowledge and act accordingly. And this water dependence, I just want to mention, so much has been said already. There's a book by Brahmachalani. It's called Water, Asia's New Battleground. And this is actually happening, where that water is depleting. Depleting not because there's less rain or anything. That also is happening. Less rain, more rain, the change is happening. But also because of the increase of population, the increased usage. Once upon a time when you were kids, 2 buckets of water was enough for the family. That you have 2 buckets, and then that is used sparingly. And if you want to take a bath, you go to the pond and take a bath when the running waters were not there. And we were managing with that. Now we can't do that. See, I think one person will be using much more. One person now in an affluent family will be using much more water than 2-3 families of that time. That kind of thing is happening. So I think there's a need for prudence in the use of water, and as well as the larger battle of climate. The climate is going to affect the availability of water, the disappearances of all the springs and all that, as well as the deforestation. There are other related issues. But let me just mention here again, we often also tend to confuse between what is generally now referred to as the paleoclimate and the human-induced climate changes that and the ones that we can control are those human-induced climate changes. The paleoclimate we cannot. I mean, the Earth has been around for 4.5 billion years, and the climate has changed. Those kind of changes is beyond us to control. Say, for instance, the cycle of the Ice Age. I mean, it has been happening for billions of years. Or, even some changes like, the In the Middle Ages, apparently there was a little ice age because of some changes in the sunspot activities. Those things we cannot change at all. We have to tolerate that. We have to, that's the destiny, and we have to be aware of that as well. So we can't be saying that everything that happens in the climate is within our control. We have been, the human species, and also many other species, because we focus on the human species, because that's us. So the human species also went nearly extinct so many times along the way, 9 million years ago, and then 70,000 years ago. That again, there was again a danger. And this, of course, you can get in Yuval Harari's book, Sapiens, the history of humankind. That about 60,000 years ago, we had this thing, a freak kind of change in our brain wiring, which is normally referred to as the cognitive revolution. And that's when our outlook became different from the other animal world. That we are able to, one of the main thing is that you can actually create fiction and believe in them. And through those fictions, you can actually unite much bigger. For instance, religion. There's nothing naturally called religion. You create that fiction called religion, and then you can unite on the basis of that religion. Or this idea of the nation. We are all of the same nation, same identity. Somebody from Chennai, somebody from Rajasthan who I've never met, we're supposed to be one. That kind of thing we can do. Your animals cannot do that. Your dog, your cats, they can't do that. Dog kind or a dog nation, they cannot do that. They cannot unite at that level. But we can. And we become much more creative, but we can also, that creativity can actually lead to a lot of destruction as well. And this is what is happening now, and this is what we have to be fighting. The human-induced factors in climate change, the carbon emission, the deforestation, so many things that we are talking about. These are the things that we can control. Beyond that, let's not even think that we can stop the Earth wobbling along its axis. The Earth is bent right now at 23.7 degrees, but it wobbles about 4 degrees, and every 26,000 years it completes that one full wobble. So I was reading an article where they say during Shakespeare's time you have the Northern Star, which is which is the star towards which the Great Bear constellation points. The tip of the Great Bear constellation points. And now that even that Great Bear, that North Pole and Northern Star has shifted a bit, and very soon it will be another star which will be at that position. So things that change, those things we cannot change at all. Those big paleo changes, geological changes. Those things will keep on happening. So we don't have to be really bothered about that because there's nothing much we can do about that. And before I go into something more specific, let me just again talk about what is the idea of a purpose. What is the purpose? We want to save the planet. What is the purpose? What is life? Those kind of very philosophical questions. And I'm bringing in this because this was linked to the idea of climate by somebody else, or somebody called Tom Chi, who is part of the founding team of the Google X, which is doing a lot of research in undeclared kind of research into genetics and these kind of scientific researches. So he's given a nice speech where he was talking about this idea of purpose. So what is the purpose? And he was talking about a bacteria called cyanobacteria, which came into existence early on, 3.8 billion years ago or something. So what that cyanobacteria was specialized for is that it is the first creature or living thing which was capable of photosynthesis. But what would that bacteria have thought about his life? He lives for about 2-3 weeks and then dies. While he's living, he just breathes something and then breathes out something else, and that something else happens to be oxygen. But 3.8 billion years later, they filled the atmosphere with oxygen, and that's how life came about. So the purpose I'm talking about is that as somebody who's got very finite space, human species or any species, I wouldn't even talk about human life, which is about, 70 years or so, 80 years. Even the human species, any species, That's short in terms of geological time. We started walking straight about 70,000 years ago. Before that, we were also on all four. And that kind of thing, I mean, it's a short span. In that short span, you may not realize what the purpose of this. But what you do now will ultimately have some purpose later on. Just like this is what the man was saying, that the cyanobacteria itself would not have thought it had a purpose. But its purpose is it filled the atmosphere with oxygen, and it filled the earth and the seas with life. That is the kind of purpose that it ultimately proved to be. That's it. And now I just want to go to that human-induced changes that we are talking about, the things that we can tackle. And here, again, we also heard earlier in the morning, about the idea of human development and development, the distinction between the two, the GDP and the human development. So I think this is where we also have to be concentrating when we fight any kind of battle, like the human kind of battle, like climate change. And here, some of the indices of this human development are, of course, the equitable distribution of income, then gender empowerment, public health, social welfare, peace, things like that. We have to put a premium on these, because without these, many of the actions that we plan will not work. For instance, the peace thing, I talked about that COSFOM project, Watershed Management, in this river, the watershed areas of these rivers. Right now, three rivers. One is Thobal, one is Imphal River, and the other one is the Singda River. And two of them have to be suspended at the moment. Only the Thobal River in the upper Ukhrul side is where this project is still active. And of course, there was also, before this trouble began here, before this violence began here, there was also a plan for another second phase of this project. And this would be in the Iril River watershed, as well as the Kuga River watershed. But those are again suspended because of the trouble. So peace is also one vital component in this fight. Peace and social welfare, and then livelihoods that we talked about, that we have to give livelihoods. You are asked to choose between the forest and your life. You will choose for your life. So that life has to be guaranteed first, and then you can think about about saving forests, saving soils, and all the soil. In the long run, of course, saving forests, saving soil is also about your life. This education has to come in, and a lot of people are actually realizing that you spoil the environment, and your water on your springs will go, and the spring goes, that village will become uninhabitable, because without water nobody exists. And again, just remember one more point from Brahmachalani's book. We are talking about the use of water. It's not just India's problem. So many other nations are facing it. China is facing it. China, according to him, the three major rivers of China are not reaching the sea anymore. They flow to the sea, but then they are not reaching the sea anymore because the water is used up before it reaches the sea. And now we talk about how they are also, I don't know if it's rumor, maybe there is some of these ideas actually occurring, that China is planning to divert part of the Brahmaputra River from in their sector. In the Tibetan sector, it's called the Yarlong-Zangpo River. They're planning to divert part of it to the Xinjiang province to re-green it. So the water use is going to become the new battleground. This is what Brahmachalani says. And in fact, in my own writings, in my own book, I had also thought about borrowing the idea from him, that the idea of Kashmir as a battlefront between India and Pakistan is also a lot to do with water. We're talking about Hindus and Muslims. This is only on the surface, but at the more basic, it is more about water. If you look at it, the rivers that feed the Indus Valley, including Punjab, all originate in Kashmir. So I have actually interacted with many in Pakistan as well, and they were actually saying Kashmir going out of our hands is a civilization threat for us, because the Punjab plains are much bigger on the other side. In fact, we also notice every time there is tension between India and Pakistan. On the Indian side, there will be talks of rewriting the Indus Water Treaty in 1960, which gives away actually three rivers of the Punjab, of the rivers that originate from Kashmir to Pakistan. that people living on the Indian side can use the water for their domestic purposes and all that, but not on commercial big uses of that water through dams and all that. That is disallowed in those 3 rivers. So India also keeps saying, whenever there's tension between India, you will just check the newspapers, whenever there's big tension between India and Pakistan, on the Indian side there will be talks about rewriting that in this water treaty. So the Kashmir is also about that. So what I'm basically linking is that there is a big connection between water and conflict. And so you have to start with one, either reduce the conflict or have settlement in how water is shared. Those kind of things will become some of the biggest challenges for all of us. And the other thing that I want to also mention in the development of watershed, the hillsides where the rivers originate, is a new thing. When I was talking about that project, in the first phase, people are talking about watershed. And in the second phase, there's a new terminology which came into my knowledge, maybe there earlier, is the idea of the spring shed. We're not just talking about a watershed where the rains fall and then the rainwater drips into the springs and then into the river, the streams, and the streams becomes a river. Now they're talking about spring sheds, saving the spring sheds. Apparently, also quite logically, that the water that falls on the hillside gets absorbed into the soil, and that is stored in the soil, and that water is discharged slowly, so that the rivers become perennial. And this idea has come about, and here I think is where I realize how much important the water bodies on top of the hills are. If you have climbed the Siroi mountain, on top of that there is a small lake, small pond or lake. That is also very important because that is actually keeping the water there, and the water is seeping into the soil, and that is actually feeding the springs on the mountainside, which is in turn is making the streams alive, and the streams are actually feeding into the rivers. So the spring shed, and you also see on the Koglu range, Jaming near this Chawangkiring, and then you also see on top of the Koglu peak itself, there's a pond there. Those ponds are extremely important because they are feeders to the spring shed. We're not just talking about just the rainwater. We're just talking about water bodies which is actually keeping that mountainside wet, and that wetness, the water in that absorbed water in the soil is discharged slowly so that your rivers are perennial. And when I went to Nimli...
Sir, can you complete your...
Okay, I'll just conclude with one more point. When I went to Nimli, this is the Center for Science and Environment. There, I know the people there, including Sundita Narayan. So they had asked me to come there, and we went trekking, and we saw this. They were actually digging trenches on the side of the mountain. So the rainwater parallel is not a vertical kind of thing where the water can run. So the rainwater comes, and then they get stopped in those trenches at different stages. And those trenches are actually helping wet the soil so that the water is retained within the soil in the spring sheds. And that spring shed is supposed to release the absorbed water in a gradual fashion so that your streams are alive for the rest of the year until the next monsoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradeep ji, for your very thought-provoking speech and your expression talking about cost farm project, how you are trying to make, your ideas about river perennial, talked about conflict, water and conflict. I think future wars will be there for water. We understand that land and water, for example, these are the global resources and common resources. So there are no geographical barriers. As global citizens, each of us have responsibility to protect it, to protect our river systems, freshwater systems. So, your speech is showing direction in that way. And I have just, first I will ask the audience, please shoot your questions to Pradeep ji so that you can get your answer. Then after that I will have one small query. Please.
Pradeep ji, like what Madam Asa was saying, the same question for the Coxfarm project. I think it's the Indo-German project based in Manipur. So I would like to know the objective of the project, whether it's for watershed management or only for spring sets, because I think they're also having a spring set training today. So coming to, like watershed and the spring set objectives, though the objective of water conservation is the same, because we don't have so much knowledge about, like the methodology of that, because springs comes down to smaller units from the watershed. So is it totally a spring shed project or a watershed project?
As I was saying, initially in the first phase, the talk was only about watershed. Now in the second phase, new knowledge or technology, whatever is coming in, and there's more talk about spring sheds, how to revive the spring sheds. You're not just talking about water not running off the hillside because of deforestation and all that, but you're actually wanting to help water to be absorbed into the mountain soil by digging trenches, which will stagnate the water for some time until it has time to be absorbed. You can't stop all of it because the volume is big, but then you at least stop, you make the run of the water slower so that there is more time for the water to be absorbed into the soil. That kind of thing is happening at the moment.
May I ask a question, ma'am? Yeah, okay. It was good to hear the word peace in your speech. I will be really honest on that. Because I think that will lay the foundation of all kinds of integrated water management, interactive water governance, and so peace and conflict is not bounded by international issues, but it is also at a very small community level issue as well. And I'm sure you have much more to say on peace, but today the panel is not on peace. But my question to you is on peace, especially the way Manipur at this moment is going on, and looking at the way it is getting impacted in your project as well. You mentioned that certain part of the project is difficult now to implement. So do you agree that there is a huge transaction cost involved in peace which we do not have provision at this point in time in our overall governance? We have a lot of provision for defense. If I look at the national budget and everything, we have not yet carved out the transaction cost for peace, whether it is through water, whether it is through all kinds of community social enterprise. Now, how do you think we can really carve out from our overall budget some portion on peace which can percolate in every department? I mean, you have such a huge experience. Maybe give some insight on to carving out some peace budget for the country. We do not have Ministry of Peace as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very large kind of a piece. It's not easy to actually summarize in one paragraph or even one book. And there's so many books written on that. But I think it has to have a beginning. And even in every project, this has to be built in. This has to be built in as a factor, which is why I was talking about this project. There, I think some bit of it is there. You consult the villagers and then see what their insecurities are, what their aspirations are, and how they try and reach that aspiration. And most of the time, if you're selling off timber by chopping down, there's not enough timber to chop down all the time. There has to be, it's a finite kind of a resource, and you can't have infinite kind of a resource, your livelihood building from that by exploiting that thing. So I think it has to be that, and then also providing alternate means. If, say, farming, there's one fellow called David Gandhi, who is doing a lot of work in Tamenglong area and Meghalaya, and his work is actually picking up. It's called the SALT, Slope Agricultural Land Technology, where you have the same kind of agriculture as Jhum, but without the need for shifting that Jhum site. So you have at one place the Jhum cultivation, and then again the next year again the same thing. And the only difference with terrace cultivation is that you make terraces, and that's the thing. A lot more labor and a lot more care needed, and for the different kinds of crops that you want to grow, especially wet rice cultivation and all that. On the slopes, it's the same thing that you're growing as in Jhum, but you are making that site more permanent. So I think these kind of things need to be explored, the new technology. And here, technology, when I just wanted to just remembered one more thing. I just listened to one of the lectures by Yanis Varoufakis, who was a finance minister, economist, but a finance minister in Greece. He was talking about artificial intelligence. We cannot ignore this. Artificial intelligence is actually taking over all our work. So he's actually saying that we need to even redefine the idea of labor. You know, the difference between capitalism and communism is on a definition of labor and who owns labor. Supposing it's all artificial intelligence which is doing all the labor, who should own that labor and how should you define that? He's actually saying this should be a common property. Let the artificial intelligence create the wealth, and then we all can have that basic livelihood and then think creatively to do other work. That kind of thing I think we need to explore, and maybe it's not possible because greed is something, as you mentioned in the morning, greed is something which does not have a parameter or perimeter. It just goes everywhere and then it has no limit. So maybe people will start wanting to own even those artificial intelligence, the work they create, and they will define labor in terms of capitalism, that the labor of the artificial intelligence, your machines, will still belong to the capitalism, that kind of thing. So he was actually suggesting there has to be a redefinition, because so far we've been defining it in terms of communism and capitalism only, where communism is about common property. Capitalism is individuals can own labor, and you can actually own the labor of somebody else. And communism is saying the laborer must own his own labor. And now he's saying, what if artificial intelligence is doing all the labor? You have to have a different definition. So I think we have to also be looking into those areas as well.
Sir, one question, sir. It's not a question, sir, but I need your thought on that. Sir, I have heard many a time regarding you talk on the conflict resolution and all. And it is, as Johan Galtung rightly said, that we can't go for conflict resolution, we will go for conflict transformation. And sir, you have also talked about the purpose of human life. And one of the purpose is human interaction is a purpose, one of the purpose of survival. And another one is conflict is one of the major source of conflict is human interaction. Without interaction, there will be no conflict. But since we need interaction for survival also, and we need interaction for conflict also. But Mahatma Gandhi, again, he said like conflict and peace is something like an unstamped coin. That means we can't differentiate peace and conflict, because we need conflict for growth and development, and even for peace also. Without conflict, we can't go, there will be no competition. Competition is a kind of conflict also, sir. So my point is like, sir, what do you say about human interaction for survival and human interaction for conflict, social conflict? So in that...
Yeah, actually, conflict probably is built into the human system, because we evolved by competition. We have competition for food. When food was scarce, competition for space. So that is built into our DNA. And here again, another interesting argument, where people are saying, so many people are fearful of artificial intelligence. When they become autonomous, they will dominate us because they will be so much better than us and all that. But there was one argument by somebody else, somebody called Steven Pinker, who's written this book called The Better Angels of Our Life, where he was talking about artificial intelligence would not be dangerous because they don't have that DNA in them. We evolved by competition. I have to beat this and I have to dominate. That kind of gene is in me or in any human. But in the artificial intelligence, just built straight away, they will not have that gene. So they will just be doing what they think is best possible way of doing something, not in terms of competition with somebody else. So they will not be too dangerous. So I'm saying this thing about conflict comes from that gene of competition and dominance, which was there since the time we were small amoebas and grew out of that. And probably so this is why we need to sublimate it. We need to talk about ways of actually suppressing that excessive and aggressive competition and the need for dominance. And of course, this is again in the Freudian term. And Sigmund Freud actually says this, that you have the superego which must control the id. And in that negotiation between the id and the superego, the ego must come in and negotiate. They say, supposing you say the id is the instinctual energy in you, that you want to fight, you want to, you are just determined by your desires, your instincts, your sexual urge, your hunger, and all that. And super ego is a civilizational value which is going to say no, 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 no. And when that no, no becomes too much, then there's neurosis in that personality. And ego will actually negotiate between the two. Oh, this much is okay, this much allowed. For instance, if you say women must not go out after 7 p.m., if that becomes a norm, there'll be rebellion within that particular personality. So ego has to say, no, this is okay. Now there's no danger. So we have to bring that equanimity, and that kind of negotiation has to be done. So I think basically dialogue is about bringing up that ego. Not ego in the ordinary parlance, in the Freudian sense, which is the rational self, negotiating between the authoritarian superego and the instinctual id. I would put it that way.
Maybe I just add a line of because there are a lot of youth here, sir, Pradeepji, that the AI for good is now an emerging scholarship, and a lot of funding is available for youth to go for learning about it in Europe and America. So please look for those opportunities.
And lastly, I mean, because in relevant to today's workshop, what will be the role of media for, like disseminating our program or about climate change? Or so, as a media person, how do you think you will go about?
I think first thing is to make the media more educated in environmental matters, and I think the climate change and Department of Climate Change and is doing a good job in providing scholarship for fellowship for media people to actually acclimatize with climate, how climate happens, what are the things we can control and all that. And of course, there are some unseen factors, some neglected factors. For instance, I was talking about in the morning also earlier about population. This is very important. When we were I just got a figure here, 1927, which is not too long ago, about 100 years ago, we were just 2 billion people. And in 2012, we became 8 billion. And now we are 8 billion. And 2029 or something, we're going to be, 2037, we're going to be 9 billion. So, and also here, I just read recently a quote from David Attenborough, where he was saying that anybody who thinks there can be infinite growth in a finite world is either a fool or an economist.
Okay, I have a very short question. The answer may be given in a very short way also. This is in line with what CMC Dr. Sunita has just mentioned. Coming to the topic, your topic, as a prominent, one of the prominent media persons, what is your message to the fellow media persons regarding their role in climate change and mitigation? What would you like to suggest them?
I think it's a general message that even in climate change, we tend to associate our immediate, say I cut down 2 trees, so climate is going to change. That's not going to be, it's a global fight, but we have to contribute our might. We don't do that. We have to realize that climate change is a global thing, and we have a part in actually ameliorating that crisis, and that we have to realize. And also, there can be immediate effect of climate change on us, very, very drastic, very tragic kind of effect. For instance, there are some things that we neglect or we don't pay too much attention to. For instance, the insects. We think insects should be all killed. And climate, the insects, they are not warm-blooded like us. We can adjust to climate. I can be in 0 temperature and my body temperature will still be 98.7. I'm in the Sahara desert, my body temperature is going to be the same because we are warm-blooded. We have mechanism within us which can regulate our body temperature. Birds are semi-warm-blooded, which is why they migrate from during winter and summer and all that change to find a suitable climate. And but insects are cold-blooded, which is why a slight change in the climate can actually eliminate them. And if that happens, and if those insects are responsible for pollination of our crop. You can imagine what happens. Again, to quote another quote I saw recently from David Attenborough again, he said, if bees were to disappear, human life will become very difficult in 4 years because they are pollinating agents for so many of our food crops.
And to the ground level, what they have worked, what they understand, and how they can relate it to community, livelihood, support system, how the water, which is very much important to us, the elixir of life, how it is connected to us, its accessibility, its availability, its quality, its distribution, all are very important. What is to be done by the government, that she has told that from top to the ground level, for example, the funds are reaching, the policy and planning are there, and how the things are being implemented at different levels, showing the case of Watershed project she has told. At the ground level, when we are talking of the communities, we want, as Dr. Pace said, that the NBS, natural-based solutions, they are more resilient, they reach to the community, they are having a, long-lasting approach, long-term approach, and they help in socio-economic development also. Because in NBS, they are mimicking the systems, whether they are natural or man-modified, human-modified. They are mimicking the system, they are mimicking those processes, they are trying to have the surface water retention, they are trying to have groundwater recharge, they are trying to have infiltration, they are seeing that the hydrological cycle is intact. We are having the forests which are having the best insurance cover under the forest. And then they are talking of afforestation program, reforestation program, because we understand that at lower global warming potential, the adaptation measures, they work well. But when the global warming potential, it becomes more, then at the time mitigation measures are very much essential. And therefore what they have talked on the ground, that the constructed wetlands, the other wetlands, they are very much significant because they act as a sponge. Dr. Pech has told very well. And then how they absorb the nutrients, how they absorb the pollutants, how they do the storage, and how they help from time to time. We are having climate change. Wetter systems are becoming more wetter, drying systems are becoming dry areas are becoming more dry. So, but water is essential. Dependence is there on forests. So in what way the community is taking the measures? For example, in Manipur, we know every home in rural area we are having that roof water harvesting. We have talked about the green pavements. We have talked about the permeable pavements. We have talked about the green roofs, and all those structures. They are very much essential. And they are very much essential, and they should be in parallel with the grey structures, so that there will be long lasting, there will be system efficiency also, and they will be helpful to people. Then Dr. Mansi, she is talking the nexus, decoding and decentralizing the nexus of water, farming and food. We understand that water is essential for farming, and farming is essential for food security. But how it happens? If the water is problematic, if the water quality is not there, then impact is there on the food security. And then if there are improper agro practices, then the pollutants will be there. 26% of river basins, they will be polluted. 26% of pollutants were there in river basins by 2070. So in this way, we have to take care that in what way we are taking care of our natural resources. Next session, they will be talking a lot about those things like organic farming, mulching. Sunita also talked in her talk. So there are different ways of taking care of our soil, making our soil healthy, making soil water retention should be, soil moisture retention has to be there. So there are ways and means at the local level also in Manipur, where people are doing at the ground level those approaches. But they are to be, they are to be widened also in a big scale. For example, someone talked of shifting cultivation. Now when we know that in shifting cultivation the forest is there and it is slashed and then burned, but you see in the if you go to those areas, the other areas, you see what we see in many places in shifting cultivation field, they are keeping intact the ulmus nepalensis, one tree. They will slash whole thing. They will not cut. They will not remove ulmus nepalensis. This is the community knowledge, traditional knowledge. We have to learn from traditional knowledge and culture also. So this traditional knowledge, what it gives us, now later on, earlier they may not be knowing that it is nitrogen fixing species. Now we know Ulmus nepalensis is nitrogen fixing species. So when it is nitrogen fixing species, naturally when all the things are removed, the soil fertility is built up slowly. So we talk in ecology of the species which are ecological engineers, which are keystone species. So the local people, they have idea that these species are to be kept intact. I have come from outside. Now I am part and parcel of Manipur. Now I understand that how beautiful the traditions are there. We talked of our sacred groves. We talk of Umang lives. When you go there, in most of the Umang lives, when we visited these sacred groves, when we have visited, there is taboo. You have to not cut the thing. You have to not throw the litter or something like that. So, and their ways and do's and don'ts are there. There are different ways of conservation of the diversity. But you see, those structures, they are intact here. They may be having demographic pressure. They may be affected. But in them, we are seeing the ficus species. Many of the ficus species, there are many ficus species in Manipur. They may be Ficus glomata, they may be Ficus bengalensis, they may be Ficus benzamina, so many. But in some are the confogram, for example, a big forest is there. From one tree, so many things have come up, crop root had come up, and it is developing. So in this way, the local community's knowledge, they are to be taken into consideration. These traditions, these cultures are also very important, and we have to not ignore it. There are many festivals which are observed for water, for sanctity of water, and therefore we have to respect those things. This I want to say. Now, Rajkumari Sunita Devi, she has talked about the watershed management, and we are very happy to know the progress of the project and in the way it is helping in livelihood security. Because you see, water is scarce, and water is scarce. If there are some other ways also to make water available and some alternative options are given for livelihood, it is very good. So those examples we have seen not only the project is implemented, but the monitoring and evaluation is very important with the help of indicators, and that we are getting. Then the last was Sri Pradeep, who talked about the role of media in climate and its mitigation for water security. Here we know that media, it acts like watchdogs. And then if there is something improper in the planning, whether at the government level or at the public level, at the community level, they have to inform those decisions. And therefore, it is when he is talking that how they are trying to convince that save your home stream, it's very important because you are trying to convince. This is the role of media, to make them aware, to change their perception, to make understand the scientific understanding. The scientific aspects are there, but take it to people. So by saying simply that this is your home stream, then try to save it. So this is the way that the complicated things, they can be simplified and it can be taken to people. So because we know that if there is media, which is vital tool, which is very important tool and effective, then there may be definitely systematic changes in the society, and it will lead not only from the individual, he will take the action, but also it will go to the wider scale of the community to help the mitigating climate change and taking the adaptation, which is very much important for this workshop, Climate Smart Technology to Promote Water and Food Security in South and Southeast Asia. So I have enjoyed today, after a long time, I'm coming here, and really thankful to the Secretary, Dr. Sunita, for inviting me for this workshop. Now I request, all the presentations are wonderful. I request the audience to give standing ovation to all our panelists. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Asha Gupta, for beautifully moderating the first session and also keeping the time and keeping all the decorum of this first session. Thank you so much, ma'am. And also thank you so much, Dr. L. Sanjoy Meitei. And we would like to take a short moment to honor and felicitate you, sir, with a token of appreciation. And to do the honor, I would like to request Dr. Rajkumari Sunita. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to all our esteemed speakers for your insightful presentations. The knowledge and perspectives shared today have laid a strong foundation for our discussions. Now we will have our lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to serve yourself, and we will be back by 2:30 p.m. as we continue with the afternoon session. Enjoy your lunch. And first of all, allow me to introduce our esteemed speakers. First, we have Professor Indira Sarangthem will be presenting on climate resilient agriculture, embracing the 5A approach of nature-based solutions. Professor Indira Sarangthem, Dean of the College of Agriculture at Central Agricultural University, Imphal, has over 32 years of experience in soil chemistry and fertility research, teaching and extension activities. She has guided numerous Master in Science and PhD students, received multiple awards including the Lifetime Achievement Award and Best Academician Award, and has published extensively. Professor Sarangthem has handled 17 projects, delivered 45 lectures, and has served as a reviewer and examiner for various institutions. She has also visited prestigious universities in Thailand, Finland, and Sweden. Next, we have Dr. Onmar Khaing from Myanmar, and she will share insights on climate-smart agriculture interventions for food and water security in Myanmar. Dr. Khaing works at Asian Center for Biodiversity as country manager for Myanmar, secured Hubert H. Humphrey Fellow 2008-2009. Specialization in food security work, Dr. Khaing has over 28 years of professional experience in developing strategy and program and policy advocacy, particularly on food security, livelihood, and climate resilience and climate justice, biodiversity, friendly food system, and monitoring and evaluation of the program. She led several collaborative assessments of food security and rural livelihood activities, and have provided technical assistance in rural development, strategy development, policy advocacy, and work with multilateral and bilateral agencies, national and regional governments, parliamentarian committees, donors, and private sector stakeholders in Myanmar, C countries. She has been core member of Asian Climate Consortium, ACCC, since 2017. And last but not the least, Sri Rupachandra Yumnam, editor of Impact TV and an IVLP Fellow 2008, will speak on media partnership in climate change and its mitigation for food security. Yumnam Rupachandra is a seasoned Imphal-based journalist with over 35 years of experience in both print and electronic media. He is the editor-in-chief of Impact TV News and the Secretary General of Editors Guild Manipur. His career includes roles with the Statesman, Notice Sun, and ISTV News. A fellow of the National Press Foundation and an IVLP alumnus, Rupachandra has received international recognition for his health program on HIV and AIDS, supported by the World Bank. He is also the founder, chairperson of Mega Manipur Society, and has served as General Secretary of the Imphal District Tennis Association. And to moderate the session, may I have the privilege to invite on stage Dr. Mansi Val Bhargava. So, Madam, need no more introduction. Yeah, yeah. Would like to request your presence on the stage, and also would like to request all the esteemed speakers to be on the dais once again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And also would like to request Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Manipur Technical University, Kosijin Leisangthem, to be the rapporteur of this session. And also taking the opportunity to honor and felicitate Dr. Indira Sarangthim, Madam, our esteemed speaker. Yeah. Yeah. Professor Indira Sarangthim, Dean of the College of Agriculture at Central Agricultural University, Imphal, India. Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Manipur Technical University, Kosijin Leisangthem. I now hand over the proceedings to our session moderator, Dr. Mansi. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, sweetie. You are doing wonderful. I love your voice and the way of holding us together. Okay, so after lunch, and I hope you have fed yourself well to the extent that you are going to be more alert and proactive in the conversation today. As you heard that we have 3 speakers on site here, and I still would really like to see that it's a very tight-packed situation right now. So we have 50 minutes and 4 speakers if the online speaker joins in as Khurshid. So I will request you to really hold yourself to 10 minutes so that we have 1 or 2 questions from the audience. And may I invite Professor Indira Sarangathem to have her presentation, and then we will take some question and answers from the audience. So please, a round of applause for Indira ma'am, and then we start. Okay, thank you. Applause for Indira ma'am, and then we start.
A very good afternoon, everyone, and respected Dr. Mansi, moderator of this program, and respected panelists, and the most important delegates from the Bangladesh and then Thailand and Myanmar, and the esteemed delegates. It's my great pleasure for getting this opportunity for sharing some smart technology from our university in this platform, and it's a high time for us to come to this climate resilient or any smart technologies to promote our food security, water security in our South and Southeast Asia. Thank you everyone, and I once again thank you the organizers. Nature-based solution. As per our International Union for Conservation of Nature, they have some missions. The mission is nothing but it is the influence, then encourage and then assist the societies throughout the country. And by assisting this throughout the country, they have to doing this for the natural conservation of natural diversity, and to make it ensure that any use of natural resources is equitable and is equally sustainable. This is their mission. And then when we come to the nature-based solution, nature-based solution, it is nothing but a sustainable management. Sustainable management using the nature's process and the features to tackle some issues. The issues may be of our climate change, maybe of our water security, water pollution, maybe of our biodiversity loss, human health and disaster risk management, all these things. So when we come to this management, and we have some these nature-based norms and principles, embracing nature conservation. So conservation of natures is of our protection, prevention, then our management, and then or maybe of renovate the nature environment and the ecological communities that inhabit them. And in this also, in this management, it includes our management and human use of nature-based solutions and for the social benefit of our society and with sustainable economic and ecological utilities. With these things, we are using these nature-based solutions which have the principal norms of nature conservation, and we can implement these to our as alone or in integrated mode. We have to include only the other issues which is of societal challenges, and that can be, we can determine our site specific of that nature, and then our traditional cultural context also. With this, we are approaching to our nature-based solution. Here, when we come to the environmental degradation is due to the deterioration of the environment through our depleting resources like of our, it may be water, it may be air, it may be soil. But when we come to the frequent climate change that is lead to natural disaster like flood, drought, and when we come to the human intervention, more deforestation, then intensive use of agricultural inputs, all these are para factors, as well as economic growth and population growth is also one parameter for this climate change. And there is a coherence between the nature-based solution and SDG. In SDG, 17 SDG are linked to food production and then security. And when we come to the declining biodiversity, that is under SDG 5, and loss of ecosystem service and agro-ecosystem. In SDG 13, declining soil health, SDG 2 and 6 are, and synthetic fertilizers and pesticides in SDG 2 also. So there is a coherence between this nature-based solution and sustainable development goal of this. So whenever we come to this ecosystem service together, generating various social, economic and environmental, then we come to the SMART, that is of specific, that is of measurable, achievable, realistic and timely. So by adopting some of our nature-based solution in our agriculture in Indian context, we can say ensuring synergistic environmental conservation with our economic growth of the farming communities and indigenous people, and then as well as addressing the issues of the loss of the agro-biodiversity caused due to agricultural intensification. As all of us very much aware that ours is Northeast is our Indo-Burma hotspot hub, and we have lots of this diversity in genetic diversity in crops, plants, animals, all these things. So when we come to the 5A approach, that is nothing but we have to integrate with the agriculture, with the aquaculture, then with apiculture, then with animal husbandry and agroforestry. So with this embracing approach of 5 these units, we can fight the climate resilient agriculture. Not only with this, we can increase double income for the farmers. Not only double, 4 times we can increase. We have some these concepts of this nature-based solution. 6 components we can say for sustainable management of agro-biodiversity in Northeast Hill region. And secondly, these components of sustainable development through our any composting or vermicomposting technique in agriculture, sustainable development through natural farming, then development of animal and aquaculture based farming system models, develop the local varieties for sustainable development, and promotion of apiculture in high altitude. We have just mentioned that our Northeast is a high biodiversity hub. We have underutilized fruits, vegetables, medicinal plants, and widely diverse genetic crops. And when these biodiversity, this promotes the interplay of soil biodata, interactions and process. Simply whenever it comes to the development of effective or useful microorganisms in the soil, obviously in the plant microorganisms also soil organic matter is developed, then recycling is facilitated, and then through process and interactions, and it also protects from the greenhouse gas emissions also. Then by these methodologies we can protect the soil biodata of the soil, or soil biomes we can conserve and make them live, and they may be more increase in their activity efficiency. Likely in agro-biodiversity that promotes the nature-based solutions, and for this we have 3 pillars. That is our food security, and another one is our nutritional security. Food security, it is long back we are fighting for food security, but when we comes towards the nutritional security in today's and nowadays or in this time, we are very much concerned for our nutritional security as well as plant-based health support. So with this we can come to an ecologically balanced nature, and then with the interplay of these biological interactions, and then we can create an eco-farm. With development of eco-farm, the purpose of development and eco-farm is not only for the production of the crop yield parameters, but also they have taken care for the excess toxic or hazardous to the farmers for the intensive use of agricultural inputs. So with this we have lots of diversity in our even for example when we say for maize, we have white maize, yellow maize, then that we used to call in our local language that is chagho, black color, and then mixed color, these glutinous, semi-glutinous maize are also widely available and underutilized. Fruits are there, vegetables are there. And with this, the functions of the soil biodiversity is nothing but the management of the soil organic matter. This comes to the better soil health quality. And when we come to the northeast, under different farming system, for example, this I should say elder-based farming system in our Nagaland, if it is highly practiced here, and the crop is sown, and then when it is in this before coming to the hardening of the stem, there's a slash and then used as a fertility of the in Zoom farming. And then when you will come to the residue recycling, crop residues we are converting to vermicomposting. We have big units in our CAU, in college and CAU, and then some species we are using. We have a project in 2007 for biodegradation of the Imphal market, and we have done this by using the Eichinus foetida, Udulus eugeni, all these things for conversion of compost. These are some of the glimpses, and as well as we have fertility maps of our Manipur in these micro and secondary units for judicious fertilizer application or judicious inputs, maybe of our organic inputs in our farm. So when we come to the natural farming, how to sustain the natural farming, we can use organic inputs like seed treatment, bizamid, and then mulching in Wapsa. With this we can sustain our natural farming. And there are some of the benefits of natural farming. All of us are very much aware of this. And with this, there is an ecological perspectives in our, this is maintained by naturally through these agroforestry, crop, livestock, soils and farmings. All these natures, what to say in a simple word, we are not disturbing the nature, we are maintaining and going with the harmony of nature. And when we come to the recycling, different crops are there, we can go for cycling, and the residue also we can do. So these are some of the agricultural crop residues, and these residues we can convert to our useful manures that is good for our soil health and as well as plant nutrient uptake. We have a what to say, our natural farming model under integrated mode in our Central Agricultural University farm, which is a base of our aquaculture or fish base, and then horticulture crops, then agriculture crops, and then animal components are there. These are this is one model for our using. So indigenous farming systems in our northeast, we are having this paniket system of cultivation in Sikkim, Nagaland and Manipur. Then apatani methods in our Arunachal Pradesh, it is very much famous. Jumbo farming, these are all nature based. And then in elder base, as just one slide I have shown, it is this one based on Nagaland. Then this tree is highly leguminous and nitrogen release there very highly. And then raising of bun method in Meghalaya. Then bamboo drip irrigation is developed in Jenchia hills of Meghalaya. Likely in Sikkim is cattle shed rotation in upland areas. By rotating the cattle sheds, we are getting their dung, the urine, which is very good input that can make enrich more fertility of the soil. Then pond-based farming systems in plains of Tripura, they are highly practiced, Assam, Manipur, all these things. With this, we need to develop the local varieties for sustainable development. We need to conserve the traditional genetic varieties of our own state or in our northeast. For example, when I discuss for Manipur, then CAU we have developed this variety of rice that is suitable in valley areas, and this have a slight they have resistant to blight disease. Then this is semi-dwarf variety CUR2, and then the CUR3 is our this one variety shown in our deep what to say in the high water stagnation conditions. And as well as we have developed after harvesting of paddy crops in most of the areas. Okay, sorry. I will just try to skip soon. How much time you are giving? You didn't tell me before also. Okay, these are some of the, in our Manipur condition, after the harvesting of the paddy field, it was hardly barrel, and then we started this Toria, and around 5,000 to 6,000 areas we can cover with this, and we have, these are some of the varieties released by the CAU. And one thing I would like to share is, if we do bee hearing in higher altitude, then that is more medicinal value is very high, and proline content is very high. In Ukhrul from Siroi village, we found a species of this bee that we use to produce the honey, that is proline content is very high. These are some of the glimpses that happens to be in our university, and this is our central farm at CAU, and these are some of the integrated farming system models and synergies of components as we are discussing. These nature-based solutions, conceptualize of nature-based solution we need to identify. Then indigenous communities all over the world have collaborated with nature, okay. And some of the very much important, our fruit crops, vegetables, that is parkia is very famous, which is high protein content, and this black rice is this omega-3 is high, and we have take it from our state, and then ecosystem service also benefit due to this 5A approach, and these carbon capture, carbon tracking, all this. With this, I thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indira, and such an insight. Please have a seat. Yeah. We will have all the presentations and then have questions. So please write your questions. You can send the invite just for the paucity of the time. May I now invite Dr. Omar Kaing, and I've been knowing her now since yesterday. It's a pleasure to know you. And you know you have time for 10 minutes, maximum stretch to 12 minutes. Thank you so much for understanding.
Wonderful insight, and also showing how experimentative the institute, university itself, and you as a scholar, and how the state has been very proactive in trying different things. So we'll take the questions after all the presentations, if you don't mind. And may I now invite, just for the paucity of the time, may I now invite Dr. Omar Kaing, and I've been knowing her now since yesterday. It's a pleasure to know you. And you know you have time for 10 minutes, maximum stretch to 12 minutes. Thank you so much for understanding.
Hello everyone, are you all with us? Hello? Okay, because we have got very, very delicious, super Malaysian based Indian food, so I did this make us a little bit, you know, sleepy or something like that. But anyway, I'm very much honored to be here, and again, thank you very much to the moderator and also our speakers and also our wonderful friend Dr. Sunita. Without having her leadership, I could not be here. So we have got a very good coordination with her leadership. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to share about what I did, particularly my group of this climate change working group in Myanmar, where I have like 20 members of young people over there volunteering. So I came with the result of the very quick survey we did, particularly related to our this Humphrey alumni grant. Apology, because of I came to realize that my topic is not much related to my work, because of this is only my contribution to the our alumni grant. So this is only the result of the survey. I hope very much that all of you know the country for the climate change in the world. So imagine that you know we have a very diverse agroecological zone. Not sure if I'm doing the right thing. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, yes. So you know we are very much close the border with India. and also Bangladesh and China and Thailand. So we have 3 seasons, but all 3 seasons we are now almost the winter is almost gone. We don't have, it means we don't have winter already. We are only with 2 seasons. One is rain and one is hot. So hot and wet. I feel, since 5 years ago, our winter already gone. So we are staying with 2 seasons. This is climate change. So the impact is really, to our lives, to our livelihood, and to our everything, from the family to the society. This really happening. So here we have got the a very strong cyclone Nagis in 2008 and 2023. It's really, affected to our communities' livelihood and also income and health. Also, we have got the, the IDP people, internally displaced villages already. It's more worse than that. 2021, we come with the now more worsened situation of food insecurity and also water scarcity, also with food safety, and also with the other challenges. It's come up with the man-made disaster. It's added up to our impact of climate change in country. So as I earlier presented that, I'm going to share with you what we did the research, particularly to our alumni project. So we did the quick and small research, but I hope very much that this is, I would like to share with you with the 3 objectives we did this small but quick survey and research in Myanmar. So it's specifically connected to our context, of course. I already told you that we have a severe drought in the central dry zone, and as well as we have this, the cyclone affected areas, and now too much rain and also too much drought. So that 2 extreme climate change impact is happening in the country. So this is also, affected to the whole country situation right now, and together with the man-made disaster happening recently in Myanmar. So I'm not going to explain too much detail from the PowerPoint slide. I hope very much that the organizing team from Dr. Sunita team will share with you all the presentation. Okay, so climate smart agriculture, it is not the new, but it still need to be applied. It still need to be adopted in our communities at the ground level, as well as with interaction or integration, align with our policy adoption to the ground level. So this is, I came up with the idea of how this climate smart agriculture knowledge are disseminating in our different level in Myanmar, in relation to our policy formulation. So this is how we Climate Change Working Group CCWG Myanmar did the recent research for this our alumni grant. So we selected 2 vulnerable extreme situations that already suffered in the Ayeyarwady Delta, which is in green area. The lower level of Myanmar, it is a really coastal region. And the other one is, you may see the Mandalay, the other red dot. This is a central dry zone area. We selected 2 areas. But of course, due to the recent situation in country, and due to the very short time we got for our work, we could not able to go there. So instead of this, we did an online survey and also online individual focus group discussions with the people, particularly from these 2 regions. So we used the Google form, and then we did the survey to the almost 50 people, but these are selected people that we did not do for the we did not do for the public, but we selected the audiences and participants of this Google file, so that we have got we use the Microsoft Teams and also the Zoom platform to do the focus group discussion and additional individual survey, individual interview for this particular survey. So we have got finally we have got the 43 participants, 23 for individual interviews, and the rest 20 for the focus group discussion. So the survey timeline is, we started from the August 3 and then we ended August 11. So after finishing our survey, we did the interpretation and a bit analysis of our findings, and we also did some literature review, which are connected to our survey result. So after this, we finally come up with the result. I'm going to share in the next slide. So participants, who are participants of our survey? We have got the farmers from 2 different areas, one from Central Dry Zone and one from coastal region, Irrawaddy Delta. And then we have got the environmentalists, and we have got agrochemical representative from these two regions. We also got the civil society members and a very limited numbers of government department. Okay, so before I'm going to share this result, existing policies. So we have like over 10 existing policies that are that can be considered and concerned to the climate change issue. But I selected again that 8 existing policies which are also connected to our ASEAN Southeast Asia Association, ASEAN's disaster, risk management plan, biodiversity plan, regional biodiversity plan, etc., etc. So then we reflected our findings with this existing policy. How much these policies can be reflected to the ground? How much our participants got a sense of the policies? Are they aware of the policies? Are they implementing policy? These policies can be functioning. Are they really functioning properly at the ground level to support to our community, to support to our societies, particularly for this impact of climate change? So after we did the reflection policy and also our survey result, we came up with this findings. So from our survey, let me show you that we have gender, pretty much gender, gender ratio is quite good. We satisfied with our gender ratio participants, and also the age distribution also quite good. How we represented, how we got this survey participants. And another finding is a knowledge level. Yes, this is the most and the key findings of our survey, because we want to know how our knowledge is disseminating to the our climate change work in country. So I think among of the participants that show that over 50% say good, because they have an understanding of CSA, climate smart agriculture techniques. And but we find it, that 30% of participants has a poor and very limited understanding of CSA. It means that we need to speed up our CSA techniques, advocacy, education, informal and formal education, etc., etc. So the other one is after we learned from the survey, I think our flood situation is really increased in most regions, particularly in the dry zone, the coastal region. But dry zone area receive very less rainfall. So it means the drought is stay very much happening moderately to high increase in most areas in dry zone area. So storm cyclones is really challenging and also very risk. We still have to come up with the risk management strategy from the study. And because of the 60% of rice growing areas, it's coming from coastal region. So it means that this salt intrusion problem is still happening. Of course, CSA technique like using the salt tolerance varieties, using the irrigation technique, the drainage technique, but still need to adopt CSA techniques very widely in the community. And also we have got the crop pest diseases. It's more alarming than other years in country. So another one is temperature increase. It's really happening during the winter season because of the, I told you, I have shared with you already, we have lost the winter. So it means, the temperature is really increasing even in the winter season. So this really make the pest abundance and also disease, plant disease and plant pest abundance also affect to our health, human health situation. So overall temperature has increased across the country as well as in the dry zone area, and then sea level rises moderately to highly increase in coastal areas. So this is the really, the result collected from the survey, who are participating in our survey, who come from their community area, evidence-based results or evidence-based experiences of their knowledge to the climate change impact to the area. So in general, it is, some regions reporting is, the less availability of the during the wet season, but less available for the more scarcity for the farming in dry season. They may have a rainfall, but the water is still very much scarce in the area. So it means that also include farming, the water for the farming, and also drinking water for the people. So you may see it in the graphs that drinking water are more available because of people are using rain harvesting technology, and also they use some these home reliable facilities and also community facility for rain harvesting. But in the Sama region, they have got the drinking water shortage in the community. So we have to do a lot of donation and contribution to those regions whenever we have got the summer and dry season. So it means that on the other hand, because of increase of uses of agrochemicals in regions also really increased to the effect of the agrochemical usage is really increasing. It means our CSA technology adoption rate is still very much limited in those regions. At the same time, we also ask the people that what is happening in the settlements. So as I already shared with you, we have a high increase internally displaced resettlement are in the region now happening. Most of the people come to migrate to ADR and also to Thailand, and almost 70% of young people are now trying to get out from the country. Of course, there is another important reason that I'm not able to say here. So, at the same time, we also ask environmentalists, how do you notice about this biodiversity losses? Yes, they said birds, fish species are really decreasing. Then fishermen got the catch. Their catch is a bit lower and also decreasing during these years. So in conclusion, of course, CSA, climate smart agriculture, like how we have some NGOs, they conducted the climate smart village in the Shin State and in dry zone, but still very limited situation that I'm not able to ask them more than that because of that time limitation. So it means that we still need to increase our community resilience for the CSA techniques adoption in country. And also how this food and water security issues happening in country. So these CSA techniques, if we need to increase the CSA techniques, but at the same time we also need financing, we also need the support from the stakeholders, from the regional government, local government, etc., etc. So we learn that how professionals also shift their professional. For example, they need to give up their farming because of climate change impact, and also they migrate to the Thailand, and then they do another business, another job, because they're not able to continue their farming because of the climate change impact. So this kind of thing also we could able to ask, we could able to gather from our survey. So the limited level of knowledge is still happening at the ground level as well as in the education level. So I think this is important, that significant insights to the demographics, economic backgrounds. We really need to improve our economy. Otherwise, the stakeholders, really, because of without having the good economy, without having the reliable economy, then it's very difficult to convince to the community and also local people and also local governments to continue our climate smart agriculture techniques to be disseminated in the future. This is the fact that significant climate change impacts. It's also increased it. Will be increased floods, crop diseases, pests, seasonal water availability. So we already see from this quick survey that there will be more floods, more temperature increase in the future. So moving forward,
sorry, I have to interrupt, but you have to please wrap it up, huh? Because we can see the slide now. It's here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So this is the end of my presentation. So that's why here we would like to demand more effective policy intervention, must prioritize and must really happening at the ground level. So I call from here that to have a more collaboration and coordination from Southeast and our Southeast Asian countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the enlightening session, and also we get to see other side of the country where there are equally rising problems, and both socially, ecologically as well, and I think it is also augmented with the governance problem of the country. So may I now invite Sri Rupa Chandra to make his presentation and arguments, and then we have a very good discussion on how things are across the borders.
Thank you very much. Another 12, huh? Okay, let me start with, perhaps I should start with a show of hands, asking how many in this hall believe or do not believe in climate change. I'm going to see 0 hands, right? If I ask you how many of you do not believe in climate change, because none of you have put up your hands, it would make that this entire hall believes in climate change, and that is taking place. Then it's a done deal. Means we all believe that climate change is happening. So what's to worry about? Just go about, do what we should to combat it. But it's not as easy as it is. Because if I was to address another group of people, perhaps who follow people like Donald Trump, who would call climate change a hoax, and if I ask the same question, I will see the entire room put up their hands. So it's not a done deal. We say we have a climate change, and even the AI agrees. If you have a chat GPT in your thing, in your phone, just type in the word anti-climate change quotes of famous people. And the answer you might get is, I'm not allowed to give all these conspiracy theories. So even the AI is for the climate change. I mean, there is a climate change that's taking place. Now, let me come to our role. Now, we are people who make stories out of mundane happenings, things that happens in daily life. What do? We stitch up words and make a story, and then we put it out, hoping that someone will buy it, someone will read it, someone will get influenced, and someone will act on those influences. That's what we do. But the problem is, much before the profession of journalism came, the stories have already been written. And it is the stories that we continue to follow. If you have gone through Yuval Harari's *Sapien*, he talks about how all of us are acting within a story. The religion is a story. Maybe it's a Christian or Islam or Hindu. All it's a history which binds certain group of people. It's a story. Dollar is a story. Rupee is a story. If you take out a dollar, what is its value? If you're stuck in the middle of a desert, $100 bill will not have any value. It will not quench your thirst. Yet, I believe in the power of that $100 bill because of a story that tells me that there is a power to buy me a liter of water, a plate of food within this $100. Because of that story, even if I find this dollar in the middle of a desert, I'm not going to burn it, but I'm going to put it in my pocket. So it's all stories, and we have all been listening to stories from Sunita to our previous two speakers, our chair. Everyone has been telling a story, hoping that perhaps it will influence some of the minds that is taking in these stories. And we all live this story. The only problem we have is that we have not been able to come up with a very popular story where everyone forgets every other story and starts thinking of this planet as a small boat floating in an ocean called the universe, where someone punctures it and we all go down. So, nuclear disarmament was a story that we all pursued. And from United Nations to the big nations, they signed a treaty called Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, No First Use Strategy and all those things. So similarly, there is a build-up to a common climate story where each of us have to acknowledge that we live in an era where climate change is happening. It may be attributed to past human activities. It may be attributed to the astronomical or global scientific polar shifts and anything. But the fact is that there is a change in the way the climate is behaving. And as the data shown in the earlier part of this session, we now know that the climate change is also being negatively induced by how we behave as people. So now we are all looking for the story that will kickstart a combined effort to fight this. We have a problem, and everyone is looking at this problem from different point of view. One point of view that hasn't got traction as yet, and which Nama Pradeep has already flagged in the earlier session. And I don't know, I'm not much of a religion guru things and all, but I do sometimes listen to one fellow called Sadhguru, and sometimes he says things of very common sense. Though common sense is not so common, right? So he was talking about, he's also one of the climate activists, if I understand, rejuvenating rivers and others and all, going around the world, fighting for climate and all. But there was one solution that he had said, and which I think is very pertinent, but it's a story, untapped and unused. All he said was, why don't we do what I can do and not expect from other people to do? There are two ways that we can make something happen. We can do it by self, or we can do it by asking the other person to do it. Now, asking the other person to do it is a little bit more difficult than doing it yourself. I'm a journalist, but I'm also a human being. I'm a sapient. I walk this earth. So I do my bits. For example, I have made a 13,000 liter tank and I have connected to my rooftops, so I don't have to buy water. My family is water secure. I have a rooftop solar which provides me with 4 kilowatts of power, so I don't buy electricity. I have a solar water heater which gives me warm water. And I have recently picked up a hobby with welding and sewing, and as one of my Facebook pages I've just said, my daughter asked me to get her a study table. So what I did, I bought some scrap irons and I bought some few lying boards and I made her this thing, hoping that it will at least decrease a little bit of footprint. Another thing I did was I limited my children to just 3. Right? This is something we can do. Whether I want to limit my family size to 3 or to 10, it's up to me. Now, if we all take this seriously enough, and if we can make this a big story, then if by 2050, where the global population is going to hit 9.2 billion, it's 8.2 now. If by 2050 we can reduce the global population to say 6 billion, I believe our roads will not have traffic jams. I believe we don't have to fight for water. I believe this world will become more cleaner. And this is something we all can do as responsible human beings on this boat called planet Earth. But the question is, are we all buying this story? No, because there's another alternative story going around, something called democracy, something where people have to have numbers to be superior, be the power that be, and rule over others. The ego, the supremacy inside us, which tell us that my people should rule, my people should dominate, my political party should be the one. And that requires number. That is why Manipur is having conflict, and we have had calls from civil society organizations that says that have more children. So we forget about the big boat that we are all riding together, and we only think about the smaller boat that we ride within that boat. I, my, ours, we. That is the story which is throwing the spanner in this wheel. So the idea is, how can we explore all these stories that is simple enough for us to save this planet Earth? There are other factors, like tomorrow, if God forbid, if we are hit by a meteorite or some, then that's another story. Or if the shift in our global axis, exceeds the normal, and something happens, or if there's a sunburst, and we are hit by a solar win or something like that, that's another different story. That's an accident that it can happen in our roads. But keeping all that aside, there are things that we can do, there are stories that we can follow, that we can tackle all this and more. But that is the story that I would want to be headlined, want to be absorbed, taken in, so that everyone's just thinking in terms of why not reduce. And for that we need to change our political system, where you do not base your choosing a leader on your own ethnic or on political agenda line, where your role as a voter or a citizen is limited to thinking about what is the best for humanity, rather than your ethnic group or rather than your people or my people. So when we start thinking and start voting in the line of, will this gentleman, whoever he happens to be, whichever caste, whichever group he happens to be, will he be taking care of our climate change? Will he be talking about the developmental issues, rather than about how we are going to be threatened by the other group? But the saddest part is that story has taken prominence over other stories. So today we see the Europe imploding, Europe coming out against the immigrants. Poland prides itself saying that we are free of immigrants, so we have no terrorist attack. So you have the similar situation in Sweden, where people come out in street and burn other people's books. You have similar story unfolding in the United States, where it is two presidential candidates, where one says okay for the immigrants, another says not okay for the immigrants. So we are all reduced to this fear-mongering politics based on ethnic and immigrants and all this. This is the story which is taking precedent. And it is at this time that we are trying to focus our views on climate change. Because it will not matter whether you are immigrant or non-immigrant, whether you're Christian or Muslims or Hindus. When the flood comes, it will equally go into all homes. It will not be just for one. So when we had flood, there was a group of people cheering, God's wrath on you, forgetting that his own town is being washed away. So it's one platform, it's one story where we can all unite. We may be politically different, we may be ethnically different, we may be different in all reasons. And I feel that the media has a big role to play in this. But again, we are also have got our hands tied, being a local media, where our reach is not so global. So there are a lot of areas that we need to cover. But I would believe that, at least for the group who are present here, that let's start with self. How many of us are willing to sacrifice some of our practices to be a little bit more or less carbon footprint that you live on this? I try my best. I'm a farmer also. I have tried your potato planting machine at my field. I'll give you a story about how population reduction can actually help. My father had, when my father was there, we had a family about 12, 13 people. And the patch of paddy field that we own, inherited, was able to give us the required paddy. Now, I have only 3 children, my wife and me. Now the paddy, I'm having surplus. So I told my cousin who's farming it, you sell the remaining. During my father's time, we didn't have enough paddy from our field. But now that I have a reduced population in my family, my food is secured. So we are talking about food security, right? So my food is secured because I have a small family. But sometimes I'm constrained to think, why should I have more children to fight other people? Which is a sad, sad commentary that we have to discuss. So I don't know, because this cuts both ways. Because I can't be telling one group of people that you restrict your number of children and not tell the other group to do the same when they are working towards increasing their demographic presence in the state to undermine your whatever control you think you have. So the point is, even though we keep on telling all these stories ourselves, the government needs to act on certain things in time and with deep scrutiny. For example, let's say we are in the eve of having a delimitation for the state. The issue now is people who have been practicing good family planning, okay? People who have become more educated and who are practicing good family planning, their numbers have been reduced. But there are other people living with them whose numbers have gone proportionally in unthinkable number. For example, 300% higher. Now when the delimitation comes, what will happen is the number of the representation based on the population is going to disturb the earlier number. So it gives another reason for conflict, which comes to your area and our area. All these stories will not work when the story of conflict overwhelmingly overshadows everything. So conflict resolution and management is a priority because it can cause havoc in many areas. Thank you very much. I hope I have taken my...
Thank you so much. Yeah. So what we are going to do now, I'll first summarize what has been spoken, and then we will take a second round of discussion so that our speakers are well seated and relaxed and they can say their worldview. So first of all, I would also like to thank my colleague here, Kosi Jin. Am I right saying you right? Yes. So thank you for helping me do the notes and all. So we had our, are we having Dr. Alam? Not even online? Okay. So we buy some time then, and everybody has to be now prepared because everyone in our panel has to have few words in this session. So first we had Professor Indira Sarangathan, and it was wonderfully outlined, extensive work of 5A approach where she talked about agriculture, aquaculture, animal husbandry, apiculture, agroforestry, and showing live example how they have been experimented at the university and how they have been implemented on ground and how people have benefited out of it and how it is beneficiary not only to the ecology but also to livelihood and other aspects as well. We are going to talk more about and hear from your personal experience apart from all the experiments which you have done. And you also raised a very important aspect of smarts basically, and you know, elaborating the smart part of it with specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and time. Do you believe in climate change? And I think that will be also a point where I'm going to invite all of you to say a few lines at least to be part of the panel so that our panelists are also very encouraged to react to you. So he was talking about AI in the context of climate change as well, and then he started giving a very interesting story. If AI is asked about climate change, it will simply refuse to say that it does not support conspiracy theories. So that was very interesting for me. But I think the major takeaway from his talk was the way stories are shaping the society and particularly our way of really engaging in more conflicting matters, because as human, I think we also saw and heard before lunch as well from Pradeep ji that we love conflicts in some way or the other, because conflict also is the genesis of some kinds of innovations and human adjustments to all kinds of geospatial situations and even political situations for that matter. And a major part of his talk was on population, and he was giving a story on how if we can plan by 2050, it can be 6 billion people, and I will be very scared if we have to work towards that, because there was already a trial on that where during the COVID period. If you may not agree to the conspiracy theory, but I just returned last month from China, and professors from Wuhan themselves were talking about how the COVID conspiracy or the COVID theory really got birth there, and it was all about depopulation. It's a different story that the depopulation story did not really reach where it should reach, where it was planned for, and elites and middle class got stuck. But I think the plan was completely different. So I think he raised a very interesting point from giving his family example, and also in the soft way talking about the way we have religious ideological differences, which is really giving a different kind of tone to the society, and peace is completely going out of it. And I mean, then he brought us to a lot of cosmic stories as well. If some meteorites fall here, what happens, and if the earth shift is different. I think those things we cannot handle, but what the point he was trying is that at an individual level, there are many things which we can handle. And if some of you were there in my keynote speech, I was also talking about individual choices, collective choices, which shapes the institutional decisions we make. And I think that was an interesting, thought-provoking session. So thank you so much, Rupa Chandra. What I'm going to do is, please take a deep breath. I'm going to force everybody to pose 1 or 2 lines. You may have questions, comments, suggestions on anything and everything professional about the topic, and then we come back to our speakers, and we have another round of 5 minutes or 7 minutes for each one of them. So now it's a time that you are not going to be spared. Everybody has to speak. Okay? We take a round. You can have questions, suggestions, your viewpoint, your personal understanding of it, but everybody in this hall is going to speak because we are in a workshop. Okay? So maybe we start from you, sir. Can someone help me to get them? Yes. So you take turn and everybody speaks. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I'm Dr. Sanjoy, working as an assistant professor in environmental science, DM College of Science, Manipur University. So, ma'am, actually, I'm very much thankful to Sir Rupa Chandra for your motivating speech. And actually, we also do some environmental related works in our college. We did energy audit and we did water audit also. And then, we kept a plastic bottle in our campus, a plastic bottle bank in our campus to keep our campus neat and clean. Okay, so, and then another question I just want to put to Madam Henri. So, ma'am, so according to you, your survey report about the climate smart agriculture, so a good number of respondents, that is more than 52%, reply was good. Matlab they have enough knowledge about the climate smart activities, say agriculture. But my question is, do they really adopted this climate smart agriculture in your area, or they then if not, why they are not willing to adopt such practices?
Yeah. Thank you. What we are going to do, take your questions and points, because then you get good 5-7 minutes to wrap up or make and a story. So we hear everybody and then you have a good point. So because then it will be fair for doing a workshop. Please pass the mic and be precise as much as you can. Take around 1.5 minutes for each. Yeah? Go ahead. You can say anything. If you don't want to say anything, then I will make you sing as well. Okay? So everybody in this hall has to now speak something. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dolendro. I'm representing from Ideal Girl College, Akampat. I'm very thankful for this evening session. I appreciate Madam Sarangtem Indira and also appreciate his speech, Sir Rupachandra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, please. Please pass on the mic. We have to play
Once again,
self-organization.
I'm Dr. Rajkumar Chinke, faculty, the Department of Environment, Manipur University. Actually, the last session, this particular session is very interesting to me because we are now talking really about the topic, that is climate smart technology to promote water and food security. And my special thanks goes to Madam Indira because she has come up with a very good approach regarding the smart, this climate smart technology using 5 A's of agriculture. Now, my special thanks to Madam Onma, if I pronounce properly, regarding your presentation. In your presentation, I was very much questioning myself how the season has come down to 2. Like initially it was 3 seasons, and now it has come down to 2. Of course, this is going to have a very big impact on your agricultural activities, and there is a big question about the food security. So my question is, why the changes? What might have caused the changes? What are the anthropogenic activities that your people are doing out there? And then, of course, to my brother, Rupachandra, of course, everything is a story, and I think you also believe in climate change. We also believe in climate change. Looking at the fact of scientific research, then we say we believe in climate change because we have seen the gradual change in the global warming pattern. Then, taking that into consideration, we may conclude from that particular graph of the global average changes in the temperature, then climate change is happening. Because by the definition, climate change is all about weather changes in the last 30 years. Minimum 30 years of changes is required to be a climate change. So from that point of view, yes, I do believe in climate change. But one of my the mentor, he used to tell us that don't get confused with climate change and the global warming. This is very much, we need to be very clear on this. Global warming and climate change are 2 different things. If you say global warming, and he doesn't agree, he is from a different school. Like he says that in some places, temperature may decrease, in some places, temperature may rise. So the overall thing is like when the actual thing is nullified. In some areas, we may have dry season, some areas we may have wet season. So the outcome resultant value is still that same thing. That was his thought. So in that regard, if we talk about the global warming, then I believe there is no global warming. But in terms of climate changes, then I still believe in climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe if you pass the mic there, and please, and if there is anyone who has language challenge, please go ahead and speak in your regional language. That also we should be happy.
Thank you, all the speakers.
Mic close to yourself, please. Keep it close to yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, all the speakers, for your insightful presentations. And thank you, Dr. Sunita, for inviting me to this 2-day international workshop. I think I have learned a lot today. Thank you all again. And lastly, I have a question for Rupachandra sir. So how can a media coverage of climate change and water scarcity be improved to inspire action? Thank you.
Oh, that's a million-word question, Rupachandra ji. You have to answer probably in a short way. Go ahead, ma'am. And maybe it's a good idea to also tell your name because it's a good time for me to also know all of you. Who knows, I'm sitting at your home and having dinner tomorrow or day after with you.
Okay. My name is Dingshmi Chuhui. I am working as Project Officer, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Kamjong District.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Go ahead.
I accompanied my name.
Go ahead, but still you have to say something. We are in a workshop.
My name is Hunyo Shangrewan. I just want to ask one question. I think the question has been already asked, but this will be a few insight from my end.
Yes.
This will be directed to Dr. Kyang. What are the most effective CSAs practices Myanmar has adopted to improve crop yields and water productivity, as Manipur and Myanmar has almost the same climatic condition? That will be my question.
Thank you so much. It's a really good question, and that's also about knowledge exchange and transfer between the regions. We go next table.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Asen.
Hi.
And I'm from, Madam Dr. Sunita invited me here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yes, we have talked about environment, the climate change, and pure water, and about water management. But one thing concerned about being as a farmer, like it will be insightful for us to, instead of using all the fertilizers and pesticides, nowadays, whatever that we grow, without pesticides and fertilizers, we can't grow. So, like, it will be a good insight for us to know about the
Thank you so much. I think the question can be taken by you, ma'am, right? You can take this question. Thank you so much. Because there are a lot of innovations happening in this area. So, Bhaskar.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I am Bhaskar Muthum, Administrative Officer, SLNA. On the outset, I would like to congratulate all the panelists, Professor Indira Sarangtem, then Dr. Onmark Krang, and Sri Rupachandra for presenting on different aspects of the climate change, with special reference to the food security. And so, like some 7 years back, I was an assistant professor, and I was handling sustainable development as a part of my, one paper, I was handling that one. And at that time, I was referring only the literature only, and literature only. So many literature I have referred, but one day I saw one, like the many literature including the Brundtland Commission on the sustainable development and that. But one day I accidentally saw the documentary An Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. By seeing that documentary, it's a story only, sir. It's a story, but by seeing that documentary with the backing by the scientific evidence, so my perspective on climate change had changed from that day. By seeing by seeing by my own eyes and by referring the literature, there was a vast difference by seeing that one. So that was also one of the significant or the turning point in terms of me, like in terms of the climate change also. And before joining as an assistant professor, while I was studying at Gandhigram, Dindigal, in Gandhigram Rural University, pursuing conflict management as my master course. So it was mandatory for all students, postgraduate students, to undergo village placement program for 1 month. Without food, without room. Okay, so you have to be on your own. So it is something like the college, the university, they put us one identified village, and each of the student has to do some good things for the village. And once the villager accept you, then that is the credit for you. So initially the first 1 week we could not have that kind of the acceptance from the villager. But once we started doing Sramadhan, once we started doing certain kind of environmental activities to them, then one day one old lady called Mallamal, I still remember her name, one old lady, she called me N-Pere, then I said, N-Pere Paya, then I said, yeah, Amma, I am Bhaskar Muttum. Okay, you come and stay in my house. So that was the acceptance we received, and then we stayed here, and after 1 month only, our university bus came down there, and they picked up us, and the final evaluation, the interaction we had in the faculty. So we did a small contribution at the time of the postgraduate time, and a certain kind of contribution we made during that placement program, and and still remember that is also one of my turning point why I was involving, especially in the developmental area also, because that kind of interaction, that kind of acceptance, and what we did, the small things like this Ramadan and some kind of tree plantation, and making some kind of significant changes that made for the villages. So that acceptance make us, shift our perspective. So that is especially why I'm mentioning is about the stories that I was talking about and what we can do from our side. So this is one, I believe that can be one example. So thank you very much, and I don't have any question, but really have that wonderful presentation from all the three wonderful speakers, like Madam Indira talks about the 5 A's, and Madam Omar talks about the scientific findings based on the project, and Sir talks about the what we can do from one, and then the collective approach can be done. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pacham Saroja Devi. I am from NIT Manipur, working as a project associate on flood early warning system. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers, the speakers, the keynotes, everyone who have given us a lot of knowledge and insight on the very topic of climate smart technology to promote water and food security in South and Southeast Asia. So actually my core subject is water resource management, which also included watershed management. So being a part of this workshop has given me a lot of insight, not only on the part of water management, but also on food security. And also not only that, I'm also very intrigued by the knowledge that was given by the media person regarding the source of the conflicts, which relates with the food security as well as the water management part. So the question that I would like to ask would be from Sir Rupachandra. The thing is, in India, mainly while during the Green Revolution, I would definitely say where the government gave attention mostly to the Punjab, where Green Revolution, high yielding variety plantation has taken place at that time. So in those days, they used to produce a lot of crops, even the capacity where it could be exported to a lot of people, not only for the Indian people. So by the time now in 20th century, I think the thing has been shifted. Because of the use of a lot of chemical manures at that time, the land had become not as yielding as it was before. So in such cases, the yielding has decreased, and because of it, we could see a shift in the number of people that started migrating, particularly in Punjab and Gujarat. Because of lack of opportunity, the lack of things that brought upon by the decrease of yielding of that area, the economy, the population, and maybe a part of the politics that plays in between. So because of that, they started people, I won't say most of it, but from what I heard from the media or from any outside source, we could see that a lot of migration, immigration has been taken place from those areas to other parts, which they feel like there are a lot of opportunity in that. And also, Sir Rupachandra has also talked about how democracy and politics has also played on the climate change topic. So when these people migrated for more opportunities, more comfortable lifestyle, it started with, as time goes on, it started becomes a threat to the local people. So with this, the politics comes into play. But rather, and because of this, I think the Indian leaders should have should think about how it should focus on the very people, their very land, their very soil, the very opportunity, so that such thing may not divert the attention of the world leaders in contributing to the climate change.
Thank you so much. You have a lot of complicated points, but very valid points. Thank you so much. I think one of the major impacts of globalization, which we are not accepting as a climate change, but also the rise of regionalism is a major impact of globalization. But I will keep it short and maybe invite our next table speakers to speak their mind. I hope you are enjoying, because this is how participatory it should be, you know, as a panel, you know, rather than you listening to only us. Go ahead.
A very good evening to everyone. I am Morangthem Roshni, Assistant Professor of Management Department, Manipur Technical University. I have a question for every panelist.
Okay.
Regarding the first, Ma'am Indira. My question is regarding in order to maintain the soil health or in collaboration with the nature or regarding the harmony of nature, what is the recent technology that the students of the university have taken up for food security? And regarding the second panelist, Dr. Omar Kairing, that my question regarding like the sample size that ma'am has taken was 43 out of the total population of Myanmar. So would that be the proper sample size to analyze the whole summary of the food security over there? And the last question for Sir Rupachandra is like Sir Rupachandra has said about the contribution that we as an individual, what will be our contribution for the earth. So sir have already pointed out, I have a very small family, I have limited my children to 3. On that case, I think I have contributed a lot by taking a decision of not getting married and living single throughout my life.
Thank you so much. I stand with you, but I got married with the condition that no children.
Okay.
That was a precondition. Again, for the planet Earth, by the way, at a tender age of 22.
Good afternoon,
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very organized as a teacher.
My name is Sayanjam Jenita. I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Manipur Technical University. Actually, ma'am, I would like my question to be answered by Dr. Onmar Kain. Ma'am, actually, I would like to know the few roles of the government policies that Myanmar government policies play in supporting the smart agriculture. So I would like to know in brief some of the policies that your government currently plays in supporting the smart agriculture in Myanmar.
Thank you so much.
That's the only question I have.
Thank you so much. And I think that will be the knowledge exchange also, because you had a slide, but you did not elaborate any. Maybe you can elaborate a couple of them. And yes, ma'am, with your name and then yes.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to all the organizers for giving this opportunity to attend the 2-day international workshop on climate smart technology to promote water and food security in South and Southeast Asia. So my name is Yangkom Chandrika Devi. I'm from the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Assistant Professor, Manipur Technical University. So my question is, I want my question to be answered by Ma'am Indira. So as I'm from the background from the Electronics and Communication Engineering, my students are also taking up like minor projects and major projects relating to smart technology, which can be implemented in our agriculture sector. So is there any room for like doing a collaborative studies? Ma'am, can you just like give some like collaborative for providing the collaborative studies and all? Yeah. Thank you.
I think it's a very good question, because we have to talk about multidisciplinarity in climate actions now, and I'm sure ma'am has good insights on this, and maybe if the discussion will go over this panel and also get into the university ground and talk about more collaborations. We go to the next table, and I think we have also one more person, and he cannot hide.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. G.T. Konsam. I'm working as a scientist from College of Agriculture, Central Agriculture University. And my question to you, Sir Rupachandra, it's a simple one, but like I just want to know your opinion also. So it's regarding the mindset of the people within the family members. Like for this food security and then for water security, you have mentioned that it's within ourselves, we have to change first. So what about our family members who we are living together? Like in Manipur, we have the habit of like buying land, or like say like some of the parents will say like you try to buy land so that you can keep it for your future. But sir is saying that we should, if we have appropriate land for our family members, then we can sell the rest. So I just want to know the opinion, how we can change the mindset of the family members, like to for this food security and water security. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We had a million worth question and you had a billion worth question. I cannot change my family members in 30 years to use the water tap carefully. So that's a very, very difficult question because we want to change the world and we are unable to change ourselves and our family members. That's the biggest agony we face as practitioners. And yes, go ahead. Yes, of course, you are also participant for this panel. Do you want this one?
Okay. Yeah. So as a part of the organizing team, we are trying to come up with recommendations for the proceeding for this climate smart technology. So we are, you know, at all, like what will be our proceeding. So we have at least 2 more out of the team here. Professor Indira, if you could shed more light, like what would be your recommendation and what would you recommend, like so that we could use those in South and Southeast Asia as a proceeding to give to any of the policymaker or for any other scholars to, you know, disseminate. We still have another 10 months to go for the project. So we are on the verge of, you know, like searching for more answers, finding more questions. And that's what, like in the agriculture sector, what would be the smart technology based on your study that could be implemented in South and Southeast Asia. So we don't go that much of the regional side. Let's just take a very focused area like Patch can come up with a very focused and not so much big as the whole of Thailand. Or for me, let me just focus to Manipur. And like Onmar can just focus to a certain region where we are comfortable with working. So that way, we would like some suggestions based on your experience of so many years. So there is one for Professor Indira, another one to my brother and IVLP member, Tamu Rupachandra. So now I have put the questions to Tamu Pradeep also. So again, my question is like, how would the role of media be to disseminate this topic which we are focusing on? So how the media will, you know, like after today, once the workshop is over, let's say in your news report tonight, how would you describe our workshop or our focus area? So we want it to be very positive. We don't want any conflict, any political, you know, like, because all of us together from 4 countries, Dr. Mansi, a global trother. So we stand together just as one earth, one love. So we would like that media be a little positive, not think about your TRP, no breaking news. But,
unfortunately, climate is not still the breaking news.
yeah, but because Mansi would really love that.
I would love to have that.
Mansi would love that to be a breaking news, but in a positive way. Kindly, you know, like make it a breaking news in a positive way. That take away from the workshop. So my question to Tamarupa will be how you will report to the media. Yeah.
Thanks, Sunita. Thank you so much. We still have 2 people on this table, and one lady has left, but we still have 2 people here and 1 person there. Go ahead. You can speak your heart, and if you don't want to speak anything, you can also sing a Manipuri song or Hindi song or an English song. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah. So I think just my reflection about also the nature-based solution to agriculture and food security. I think you see a lot of similarity in terms of the approaches, and it's almost we're not really kind of searching for technology, you know. So I think we don't have silver bullet to solve this problem, but oftentimes to going back to understand about traditional and indigenous knowledge is also very important. But I think the big question is also very interesting to hear about this different perspective as well, right? About democracy. I mean, we all know it's not the best form, but maybe the least evil. But again, that still led to the question about, like, we all know about the fact of climate change, but still a lot of, I think, budget is putting in not the right way. You know, we still try to develop as if we have, infinite resources, right? So I don't know whether how to change the policy or the policy maker to understand the point, thinking about long term, because we have such a short cycle in terms of election, so they all aiming for short kind of outcome as well. So that is, I think, the key challenges. But as we can see, you know, the nature-based solution to agriculture, to food security or water resources, actually going to provide multiple benefits, multiple co-benefits. So it seems like, you know, it's a win-win scenario, but most of the governments still have this as a side policy, you know, not mainstreaming. So how can we get it mainstream to kind of that top policy level? But it definitely challenged the bigger agenda about the development pathway. Almost all countries sign up for SDG, which, you know, we have only like 7 years left, but nothing close to achieving anything. So it, I think we need all hands on deck. You know, the media play a very important role as well, but I think the bigger question about how to mainstream this kind of information exchange and understanding.
Thank you for your reflection, and we actually have our host to now become a participant for a change. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Once again, I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Felicitation Ceremony, and presently I'm doing my research in Manipuri dance, and it's about culture. So till today, I know is how to dance, how to sing, and how to represent my culture and my state to other cultures and other countries and states. So I know about the climate change, global warming, I have idea. But today, what I learned is about the food security and the alarming situation of this. So thank you so much all the respected speakers for letting us know what is the situation and how can we avoid the situation in future. So my direct question is to Dr. Khaing, because I am a food lover. And so in the context of Myanmar's food system, how self-reliant is the country in terms of food production? So does Myanmar import a significant amount of food, or is it largely self-sufficient? Additionally, how these balance affect food security and sustainability in the region? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful question. Again, it's about knowledge exchange. We have one last gentleman from the host organization to pose his question or comment or suggestion or reflection, or you sing a song.
I have been trying to hide myself.
Yeah, I know you were trying. That's why I just pitched you out.
Greetings to the speakers and the delegates and the participants. My name is Wangjan Premananda. Basically, I'm an IT expert. My expertise is IT. I'm an engineering graduate, and I've been working in the Watershed program since almost 10 years, and I'm still in the learning phase. And today I had the biggest learning experience from all the experts, and most of the biggest impact that I get from this seminar, from this workshop, is from the editor-in-chief, Mr. Sir Rupachandra, who is also an editor-in-chief of Impact TV, that to sell an idea, you need a good story. Even if the idea is very good, if you're not selling it properly, if you're not telling the story where everyone can take it, then that particular idea will be on waste. It's like a throw in the dustbin. And another impact is self-reliance. Before preaching to be self-reliant, you need to self-reliant yourself, change yourself so that others can copy, so that before you change others. It's like practicing what you preach. This is what I learned, and I'm very thankful for all the speakers, and it's a golden opportunity for me.
Thank you so much. So be the change you want to see in the world. And I think how to make climate change really the hot news of 9 p.m. Or probably the front page news of every newspaper. So thank you so much. A round of applause to all our participants who really made it now look like workshop. So it's not a monologue from the dais, but it is, again, I should not use the word bottom up, but it is both ways, right? Yes, please go ahead. Now it's your turn.
Thank you. Actually, it's not a question, but it's like lackingness that I found in this. For example, like civil engineers, we concern with irrigation engineering, then water resources engineering, we study that. And like even the sister sitting behind, she's a project associate in this water resources department. And I was feeling, as an civil engineer, I was feeling the missingness of that topic here in the, especially in the promote water and food security. Because civil engineers have been working for so long in the field of agriculture. And when we say smart technology, with the emerging technology, we as civil engineers are doing very good job in drone survey, then like IoT, multispectral using multispectral camera, and many things. And especially I'm missing this thing, cooperative farming method, theory, those things only.
Yes.
But I enjoy the program, different, especially Madam Indra's perspective of working, and this is Madam Omar speaking about the geographical features of Myanmar, which I never studied. My background is earthquake engineering. So like I study Burma a lot, but up to till the Sagang region, not beyond that. But today I found that the variations in the geography, and Sir Rupachandra's this thing was very touching. Basic engineers like took from like nanoparticles to the cosmic parts. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And we heard all of you, and you heard your maybe 18 people are not a good representative of the population of Manipur, but as of now we have 18 people, and Pradeep sir, just feel free to intervene anytime because you were not present when the speakers are presenting. Just take the mic, it's hanging there, and speak when they are speaking. So I will check the time and see how we are doing. We are doing very good. So you have around 7 to 8 minutes to wrap up and make a story with all the questions, and we start with Indira ma'am again. Go ahead, ma'am. You will like to speak from there, sit back, relax and speak, or you are free to use the dice.
Regarding the 5A approach, I think one of my friend, he raised, and then I will combine because most of the questions are somewhat related or interrelated. This one 5A approach is we have just discussed. It is a integrated mode of this agriculture, then rearing fish, aquaculture. Then we are including apiculture, rearing of honeybee. And then animal components is very much important as nature-based solution. For example, in Sikkim, animal rotation methodology, that is a tradition one, why they are changing the site, because when used as a cow set in some plains or in slope areas, then they are using the urine, cow dung of that particular animals, and then they again change the site. That is thing. So, and another very much important in our northeast region is agroforestry systems. In food hills, we are cultivating agricultural crops. Then in, they say more than 5% or 10% around, or below 15%, we are accommodating the horticultural tree crops. Then even the pineapple also we are cultivating very widely even in our Andhro farm. We are having horticulture research farm, and we are doing that pineapple. And then upper hills, we are forestry crops are there. So a big good model is in our Meghalaya, where one college is there in CPGS Umiam, that a good model for agroforestry is there. So this approach will come directly or indirectly in climate resilient or climate smart technology, because carbon footprints, carbon capturing, sequestering, all these things are able to do with this component of this 5A very much. And not only this, when we talk about the integrated farming system, that model we are having, and with that model, by cultivating paddy, is Sir Rupachandra, we are just discussing paddy. After cultivating this Kharif season, during the rainy season in Manipur or in India, mostly Kharif season, paddy we are cultivating, and particularly in Manipur, 5 years back or maybe more less than 10 years back, I have seen that whenever we just landed to the airport, our fields during the Rabi season, means winter season, we have seen all the fields are barren. Some cows and they are enjoying grazing this and that. Then now what is there? Almost all the fields like Vishnupur district, then Thobal district, Kaching districts. After paddy, we are cultivating these rapeseed crops, which is oilseed crop, and we have a big project of All India Coordinated Research Project, and we are expanding the areas of cultivation. And so when we come and landed to Imphal, then we are seeing yellow flowers, all these things. And we have this one, register our another varieties with these new varieties also we have reduced. And those varieties what we have reduced, maybe in paddy, maybe in oilseed, maybe in tapioca, tuber crops, that are of climate resilient. For example, in our traditional paddy, we have released climate resilient crop seeds. They can grow. Ours mainly paddy cultivation is under our waterlogged conditions or semi-waterlogged conditions. But in dry or hill slopes, they are cultivating these paddies without waterlogged conditions or semi-waterlogged conditions. But in dry seasons, when drought is there, these some varieties we have find out in which seed it will cultivate in valley areas, which seed will cultivate. I can give in report details of the varieties. And then all these come with when we go to the integrated farming system with agriculture, horticulture, and then income can generate very easily from the fish. Then animal components, for example, we are rearing the cree over the pond, we are making their shelter, and then that duck drops using by the fishes. And then even the fodders, there's a perennial fodders, seasonal fodders are there, that is incorporating. And so inside the farm, only we don't need to depend the inputs from the outside. Say organic inputs we are having cow shed, dairy farm we are having in our farm, very big dairy farm. And then these cow dungs we are converting the agricultural residues, paddy residues, and the wheat also we are cultivating. Any residue we are converting to our inputs, that vermicompost, compost, all these things. And so recycling of 3 R's, residue, reuse and recycle, all these things we are adopting. This is a practical thing, not the just I say as theoretically. That's I answer. I think that will be sufficient. And another thing is regarding the students' involvement in our this natural farming. We have degree program of natural farming. We have started in the academic year of 23-24, and this 24-25, this will be the second year. And now we have notified for admission of that natural farming degree course we are having, and that is a part of NEP. And in NEP, what NEP program 2020 is telling that students, they can have a way of entry-exit. Say 1 year completion certificate course, 2 years diploma course, 3 years degree course, 4-year honors course, they can exit it and then they can entry also like that for a part of startup. And in our curriculum, they say for 5 hours Dean's Committee, now 6 Dean's Committee is going to come up. As per curricula, we are having experiential learning programs. There we teach 1 semester the students for making, they say, startup, how they can start up during that 1 semester out of this preparing organic production. Organic production is recycling of the crop residue to organic input and then using to the crops. That is organic production of crops. Then even the mushroom also, mushroom cultivation organically, and how to prepare biopesticide, all these things. And then mostly in ELP program is developed by ICR. We are develop this biofertilizer, how these living organisms they can directly use in the soils, in the crops, all these things are the works are done by the student. This is the academic program. And about collaborative work is very good news, and we used to collaborate with so many overseas countries collaboration. We have AIT Bangkok collaboration. Then we have this one, that one in one university in Bangkok also. We are collaborating, and my student is working there. Their teacher is working as co-guide semi in Bangkok. And then Southeast Asia, we are trying to build up one educational hub. Under this hub, we can collaborate. We can do many works, student exchange, faculty exchange, and then sharing our facilities that we don't have, we have, and those facilities we don't have, we are sharing with other collaborators. And inside state, we are collaborating with Manipur University, then Triple IT, and all these things, and we can work together. I think that is very great thing. So
can I take the second question because I have to leave?
Okay, you can be the second person to take the questions. But I think the point of exchange can be even a little bit from the lateral side, because they have students from IoT. Maybe the agriculture department can benefit from documenting and disseminating a lot of them and do their final year assignment or project with your department, apart from going through the entire course or 1 year or 1 semester. Maybe that can be also explored. I think your question was based on more on that, if they can get hands-on with that. Thank you so much, Indira ma'am. Maybe we hear Rupachandra sir because he has to go, and then
I'll take the first question on media coverage, and I'll also combine it with Sunita's positive coverage. Don't expect headlines on, like already I said, on environment until you are like Greta Thunberg, You come out and start shouting.
We have Lichpriya now from Manipur.
Lichpriya there. So these are tools that you need to get the media attention. And it's not just the environmental activists who are doing this. Marketers are doing it. People who are marketing, even cars are doing it. So, but environmental issue is a story which is developing, and we have to work towards getting a traction. But that said, there are so many, all media across the world, they have devoted a section of their programs for on climate change. Whether you watch Deutsche Welle or TRT, this is Turkey radio, they have just 2 minutes, just 2, that's on the 2 degree. And also in Impact, we have CCC, which is Climate Change Campaign. We are having it in our Impact TV also. So the media, the print and electronic, if you just watch across the Indian media also, they have it. Then there are independent producers who make impactful documentaries, like the one we just talked about, that by this thing, Anyway, so the BBC and all people are making it. So the question is, how many people are really watching it? So when the media has to find a way of getting people to watch whatever program it makes, at the same time, the people also have to be concerned. But then again, it comes back to the media, how it tells the story. So we have to improve how we tell the story so that Greta Thunberg impact can be made. So that is there. But because we are a contesting space, media is a contesting space. As an editor, when we sit, the different people who sit across my desk comes with different agenda. And to them, their agenda is supermost. A gentleman with human rights activists will come and speak about what are you doing? You're not writing anything about human rights. The next moment the climate change will come and say, what are you doing? The next moment a political party will come and say, what are you doing? Why are you not writing anything about this government? So it is a contesting space and we are limited. But thanks to internet, where print spaces, the original print media with limited space has been done away with, and you can have long stories, you can have, but again, those are areas that consumers don't actually go unless you happen to be a person of interest in that subject. If you're a climate activist, then perhaps you'll Google or and then you'll be directed. But what we are more interested in is not reaching out to the converted. We don't want to preach to the converted. What we are interested in people who are not converted. So this is a challenging thing for us also. And we try whatever, like Greta Thunberg is saying that we don't want you to be hopeful. She says, we want you to be scared. So should we scare the people? Panic them? Now if I can panic this group of people by saying that tomorrow is a strike or the highway is going to be closed down for next 1 month and everyone will be thinking about where to get his petrol filled. And they will forget all about climate change. They will walk out of the door nearest and line up queue for petrol, right? So that thing will come before climate change. So ours is a contesting space where everyone has to struggle, even for climate activists. Even though we may be sympathetic, we are also guided by our monetary interest that is there also. We have to show people what they want to hear, because if tomorrow when you lay down your newspaper, if no one is willing to pick it up paying 3 rupees because you have made climate change headline, but if I made this Kautruk battle headline, then they're going to pick it up. So we have to play a fine balance there. And as to positive and negative story, there's a lot of things that, a lot of people, whenever they think that something negative about them is said, means negative for the entire. So when we write, the government is always telling us, why are you writing negative stories? Why don't you write about the 100 kilometers of good road and write about that 10 feet of. But the question is, if I don't write about that 10 feet hole, you are going to drag that 60 kilometer or 80 kilometer on that 100 good ones, and you're going to get banged up in that 10 feet. So our job, when we write about that 10 foot, I would say it's constructive, positive story. The government will say it is negative, destructive story. You are trying to show my government on wrong light. But as far as my thing is concerned, if I can bring out, see, when you look at the mirror, when you come out, you don't look for the beauty spots. You look for the areas where you missed, right? You don't look for where your mascara has gone wrong, you'll be looking for that, right? So similarly, our job is to look for the anomalies, the negatives, because that is how we can reconstruct, that is how we can amend. Now the Punjab story, I think, see, people, the Oppenheimer story, Oppenheimer thing is there. After, you invent nuclear fission, when Nagasaki and Hiroshima happens, then you start thinking. Similarly, what's happening in Punjab, we thought we need to feed the nation. So we overuse the land, and then naturally it will happen. I'm doing in my land also. I'm also a farmer. Like she was saying, I have a piece of land. I farm rice twice a year, and a cabbage or potato or peas once. So three times I do it. Last time I took their Central Agriculture's help. They had a potato planter. I brought it down to my farm with great grain fair. I don't know whether I'm using climate stuff technology or not. And as usual, the potato planter failed to plant. It was planting 3 by 3. So that means they just bought a machine for machine sake. So what we would like to call is, we would like to request the government agencies who are working to be more sincere, to buy, what do you call, more useful material, not for just namesake that we have a paddy planter here, we have a, like you are saying, those mechanics. No? I am using everything. I have a friend who is running an NGO called Green Manipur. Now in Manipur you have small spaces. So when I went down to thinking of, let's see if I can do some, put my hand on farming, I found all the plots in the valley area in very small holdings. I mean, with all this, you call that buns, na? Ring buns. So if you want to do something substantial, you have to remove that and make it plain. So I hired this with GPS and all this labeling thing, and I made all planes so that I could actually use mechanized things. And because I was searching a lot of it, and all in my YouTube, I'll get all these different kinds of technical that's being used in Vietnam and those things. And I want to get my hands on it, but unfortunately it's not available in. So the government needs to work mechanizing smart technology for small plots, not big ones. And you have a lot of this for the, if you go to Europe, I was driving from Vienna to Budapest. Countryside, you see big tractors, with swaths of, sunflowers being harvested or this thing. They have huge, this thing. But in Manipur, you have this small fields. So we have to adapt our technology to serve that purpose. Only then the farmers will take. The first thing is breaking through their mindset. And when I was bringing this potato planter, I got all the local farmers, look, this is how I'm going to do it. And once mine is successful, you can all do it in your place also. So we'll become a potato hub. That was how I tried to make them understand. But after they saw my potato planters planting the way it did, they said, oh yeah. So that's a bad experience for me, but that didn't determine. Anyway, so last was, I think that's it, na? Migration.
Maybe you can take it in the high tea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Anyone, if I missed it, I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah. So maybe we invite a quick overview from, thank you, Rupachandraji and Omar. Over to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you can keep it short.
Thank you very much. I want to keep it short because my stomach is not so good. So
that's a food insecurity.
I stay resistant, trying to build in my resistance. So the first question I received is the 52%. Yes, they are from the farmers from dry zone and from the ARD. They are adopting this CSA. From dry zone, they are using the zero tillage for seasoning crop production. This is only one season crop. They use zero tillage, so no plow, no use of anything. So they did that, and they can keep the productivity. It's more or less, like they use the plow and agrochemical. So I mean, the productivity is still good, even a little bit reduced, a little bit decreased than what they used in the past, the agrochemical. So zero tillage. And the other one is they use the variety of salt tolerance varieties in the delta area. So these farmers we interview, they come from this area, they are from this area. That's why they are very much aware of this adoption. Those are only 30% because we interview the agrochemical representative agrochemical companies. So they are not really, not very much aware of this because the agrochemicals companies are really targeting for the marketing, not for the technique. So they are not really promoting for that. So they are not very much aware of this. So that's why we concluded that we still need to promote this CSA technique among it. The second question is how we are losing. Yes, because of this is come from the not from the survey, but from our people because of the temperature rises is too much now. You can feel, you can notice during these 2 years, heat stroke, it's too much. I mean, because of elderly people, and they suffer a lot. And our hospitals are full of this heat stroke. Not only elderly people, like our age, 50, 40, also suffer with this heat stroke. So, and how people are adapting because of trying to stay in the areas, there are more tree plantings area and also using the solar system. But something that in Myanmar, we have a power outage is too much. We got only 8 hours a day right now. This is, I stay in the heart of the city in Yangon. So 8 hours power outage is all the time happening. So this already saves electricity. So we are using the solar system because of if we want to use like an oxygen machine or maybe our business, that's why we are replacing with the solar inverter system. So this is what we are adapting. So this is for our living. So this is we're trying to adapt this situation with our own capability because of the system is not really encourageable, favorable for the people to adapt behind the system. So we all need to adapt ourselves. This is idea. Second question. Okay, third one is how most effective CSA. Okay, so the first is food productivity. Like I said, zero tillage is quite famous right now because of, on the other hand, the fertilizers, the prices is too much now. This is triple prices if compared to last year. Because of our supply chain system was disrupted too much. Because of this, fewer prices are increasing up. It's really fewer prices happened last month till now. And so it means that the supply chain actors, they have to deduct their transportation costs. So it's automatically farmers could not able to use fertilizers as much as they used in the past. So it's automatically deduction for their using of the agrochemicals at the ground level right now. The other one is, soil conservation technique. Like some farmers in dry zone, they use a vetiver grass. This grass is really good to keep the soil erosion. I mean, from the from our areas, farming areas, as well as the water conservation. So this vetiver grass is famous since last year. So most of the people that grow this grass to keep to conserve the soil and water from the area. So these two are the simple and the prominent like adoption by the farmers. And for the water, I'm totally agree with that. Civil engineering is also very important because now we are using the drip irrigation, which are really need to, tailor-made for the particular area. So drip irrigation by water pumping system, by solar system, so that the farmers can reduce their costs and also timeliness for this irrigation system, as well as now the farmers are using other reservoir. So no concrete, no cement. Then we provide their food for work, so that we can provide a small project. Even without project money, they can build themselves oven. But we need civil engineers to guide to the farmers, in a simple way. Yeah, so that's why it is very important. And the third one is simple sites. I did the beautiful assistant professor. I'm really appreciate because I'm seeing the many beautiful young professors, educators in Manipur, like in my country. So that, yes, sample size is, I already noticed that. But, we did very much, very fast survey, very informal survey. So I admit that we cannot represent even to the region, but we try to get this survey quick and very recent one, so that's why we come up with the literature reviews reflection, so that we take these survey findings and in line with the policy adoption and literature review to support our findings. So that's why we cannot able to represent for the whole country. Yeah. And the other one is self-reliance. Another my beautiful sister. So yes, the policy said Myanmar is self-sufficiency of food production. In fact, are we eating? Are our communities are having their food safety? Okay, how is it is coming from the organic farm, or is it coming from, we don't know, because of the organic market is disrupted. No organic market at all. During and before COVID, we have organic market. It's pretty much okay. But now no organic market because the food is starting to scare in Myanmar. We even need to buy many products from Thailand. So we are self-sufficiency, but because of the system error, because of the lack of the system adoption for the trade system as well as export system. So because of the policy, could not able to rescue for the production what is really need for the basic people for 95% of the community in country. So I mean, this is mean that trade policy, market policy is not really practically taken into the place. So overall, we can say that self-sufficiency, but my confidence is 50%. Okay, the last.
Yeah.
The last one is, policy. So we have about overall, I think I presented in my slide, overall about the relevant policies about 10, but I think 3 policies are really encouraging to use the climate smart agriculture at the ground level. For example, Myanmar Climate Change Strategy adopted in 2015, Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan, MSDV, adopted in 2018 till 2030, and Myanmar Agriculture Development Strategy also adopted in 2018 till 2030. But this is my last point. The policy formulation is policy formulation at the policy level with the multi-stakeholders consultation. But I'm not sure how these are effectively, helping to the people that, at the ground level and the basic people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Can I add 2 sentences to the traditional knowledge?
Just 2.
Just 2, yeah. There was an issue on traditional knowledge that was raised. Traditional knowledge are good. There are so much we can draw from that, but we also have to scrutinize how effective it is in modern times. For example, jhum cultivation, which is a traditional system, but because of the increase in population and increase in the cycle of jhumming, now it has become a major issue, deforestation. And one of the reasons that we are seeing the conflict that we are seeing here could be to some extent, attributed to it. Because now the villagers in the hill, they are not getting as much out of a plot of land as they used to. So they go for crops, like illegal crops like poppy, which will pay them more because they have to survive.
Yes.
And that, of course, is not a sustainable practice. because that's going to wash away the entire hillside. So when we look at traditional knowledge, we also have to find out how that traditional knowledge is compatible with the present situation or not. So we cannot adopt all traditional knowledge, or we cannot say they are all good. There are bad and good. We have to learn how to distinguish.
We have to evolve. In simple words, we have to evolve. But I think as a closing remark for this panel, I would like to say very few words because I know it's the end of the day as well. If actually science and technology could solve the problem, we are at the best time of human civilization with all the science and technology available. It was never available to us so far. So I think beyond science is the common sense and conscience. And I gave example from my keynote speech as well when I was talking about consuming certain kinds of food products. We know it is not good for us and we still do it. So I think beyond science and technology also lies social engineering. As rightly pointed out, policies are very normative, but is it percolating to the last mile, and that requires interactive governance, and I really love the concept of interactive governance. If across the level, vertically or horizontally, if the interaction is not happening, I think we are far from even getting successful in science and technology, and we are standing there today with the best of the science and technology that humanity could ever imagine of, and yet we are unable to attain what we wish to attain. So I think I will invite all of you to really start discussing about how about de-development, how about talking about common sense in water security and food security, how about discussing conscience in water security and food security. I'm learning this literature now, so I invite all of you to engage with me and also contest with me on this. With these words, I would like to thank all my presenters, but especially I would like to invite Kosijin to do the vote of thanks formally. But importantly, all participants, I hope you felt this as an interactive governance or interactive panel, which was my whole idea to make a point that it is extremely important that everybody is heard in any kind of situation. So thanks all of you for your patience, and thanks to the speaker. Over to you, Kosijin.
Thank you very much, ma'am. At the outset, I would like to thank the Dr. Indira Srangten who left, but on his topic of climate resilience agriculture enhancing the 5G approach. It was very interesting to me for the first time. I heard about a 5A, and Dr. Khurshid was absent. We could not attend him. And Dr. Omar Khan for her practice and her agricultural practice in highlighting the pros and cons of the Myanmar agriculture, and Sir Rupachandra, editors for his dynamic talks, and especially I would like to thank today's moderator, Dr. Mansi Bhargava, for making me speak like this here. This is my first time. Often I don't speak like this without papers, with a note. Thank you very much for making the audience participation, making it an active interaction section. Thank you very much, and hope request the organizer to organize another such program with multidisciplinary approach, even including the economics, management, every field of subjects and to discuss about the betterment of our country, especially the Manipur, where the food are very limited. And thank you very much. Thank you for.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's session, I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights and knowledge, and also thank you to everyone for your participation and engagement. So that's the end of today's function program about the inaugural part this morning and 2 sessions after that. And tomorrow we have a field visit to Loktak Lake, and that is for the foreign delegates and for the speakers only. So thank you once again. Thank you so much for joining us, and Wishing you all a great time ahead. So kung magpo among kahana kurumjari.